Hey, good morning and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. It is Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to each and every one of you guys today. It is the middle of the week. Oh, thank goodness. I'm going to tell you, I am so thankful that I didn't have a live last night. I am able to come in a little bit more energized in the morning. Now, one of the reasons why I'm changing things is things kick in, as things work out. Um, Changes have to be made, and it has to be something that makes sense to me, and it's something that is achievable by me. And you know what? I got a little bit distracted this morning because I just received a text message from a friend of mine. His name is Bobby, not to be confused with Bob Robert here in our chat. It says, let's see, another couple of months before we get to choose a new governor, mayor, there will. So this is Bobby from California. Sends me a text message and he says this: I guaranteed you. Good morning, bro. Guarantee you within the next couple of months before we get to choose a new governor and mayor here in California. They're going to burn the state. They've already emptied our reservoir, and the Democrats are going to set us on fire again. Well, Bobby, I know I don't think Bobby's listening to my live here, but this is somebody in California who I don't think he's a Republican, but he deals with a lot of stuff as a Puerto Rican down in California. His wife is a paralegal, so she knows a lot with what goes on in the law. She has a lot of hearings and all these things that she participates on. She's a wonderful, wonderful woman. Very kind-hearted. I appreciate them. We don't. I met him through playing video games. I met him back in 2017, and we started playing Destiny 2 together. And he's pretty right wing for sure, but he's not far left right wing, like the guy that killed Martin Luther King. The guy that killed Martin Luther King was a far right, person, and I think we don't condone violence or any of that. But Bobby, he speaks his mind. He's a character that is very brutally honest and direct. And that's what I appreciate about Bobby from California, my Boricua brother, my big Boricua brother down there. Ender, good morning. Good to see that you are the first one here on my live. Los Amaos says, what's going on here? I said, ¿Qué pasa, Mao? Mao, he's actually a friend of mine. He is Samoan. If you guys remember yesterday, this central guy, some central something guy. How many languages do you speak, Dennis? And how many countries have you visited? As if it's for some reason this is something that it's relevant to having opinions. The mentality that the left takes is just quite crazy. It really is. But we're gonna go and get into this show today. We have a good one. We have a very good one for you today, and I hope that you guys all participate. Unc Andy in the house. Welcome, sir. Good to have you in here. Good to have my people in the house. Don Hayes Trumbo. Of course you do. It is what the retards do on the left. But it's okay, brother. We're not going to judge you. We're just going to call you a lip-tart. Ah, man, that was so funny. I cracked myself up. Surviving behind liberal lines says California. What do you expect? Yeah, that's absolutely right. Brian, what's up? If you guys haven't known by now, listen, my podcast is a podcast of some sort of weird humor. I don't think to be the best comedian out there, but I do try to provide some comedy relief for you once in a while. If you are easily offended, you might not want to be in this channel, and you have to understand some of the rules. If you are new here, listen, if you come in here and start insulting my president, that's a big no-no. Okay, all right, all right. So we can call each other names and all this stuff, but you gotta first build a rapport. You know what I'm saying? First, you gotta be part of the family in order for you to be able to speak the way that I speak. That's just the way it is. You're coming into my house. You know what I'm saying? This is my channel. And I want all of you guys to be here, but I need people that are not easily offended. Now, if you're going to come in here just to troll and try to trigger somebody, you will be kicked. You will be kicked if you are insulting the people in my chat. You will be kicked if you start insulting yours truly, the host of the Dennis Herrera Show. Now, some of you people out there, you want to be entitled. You think you deserve everything in the world, and yet you do nothing to deserve it. Well, this is not talking about salvation. We are talking about life, and we got to do our part. Reaper Alpha, keep fighting the good fight, Dennis. Thank you, Reaper. I appreciate it. It's Ellie. How are you? Good morning. Man, a couple of beers. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, he says. 5 o'clock somewhere. Get the boot. You get the boot if you don't want to come in here and have a conversation. Listen, if you don't support my channel, if you don't like me, just keep moving. It's that simple. It's nothing about being soft or thin-skinned. I just don't have time for bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like I just come on. You wanna come in here, you wanna hang out. Let's talk politics. Let's agree and disagree, but let's do it in the right way. There's a few people that have called me and have disagreed with me, probably 50 to 100% of the time they disagree with me, but they know how to carry a conversation. Okay? Now, I still don't agree with them in so many levels. The fact that we can conversate gives me hope that we can be a great country again. Don't get me wrong, we're an awesome country, but we want to be greater. Okay, I know that we can do it. It's just a matter of time. Jason Beatrice, how are you? Good morning. Good to see you on here. Anti-Christians, Democrats are in Congress. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, my friend Jake, of freedom of speech, I think you're confusing freedom of speech with willingly insulting those whom you want to have a conversation with. See, if you come in here and you start insulting me, what's the difference? If you come in here and start insulting me, okay, I'm putting in the time to build this show, right? I'm putting in the time to be able to share with you guys what I have gathered, what I have listened to, what I've been paying attention to. We're going to go ahead and criticize some news reporters, some information out there. Some of it I don't like, but we got to talk about it. We just got to talk about it. And what you don't seem to understand is that when you come into somebody's place, first of all, you be respectful. You can agree to, disagree or whatnot, but don't think that your freedom of speech allows you to be a jackass on my channel. If you are a jackass and you want to come in here insulting people, I will eat you alive with insults. I don't have a problem with that. But then we're not going to really have any type of, good conversation. Now, before we continue to go out there, if you start putting random comments that has nothing to do with the subject at hand, you will be blocked. It's very simple. You know why? Because when I'm showing you guys information that is giving you an answer to what I'm talking about, when I'm giving you a video of why my opinion is the way it is, and you're chatting about something else, it's what's the point? What's the point? If you just want to talk shit, this ain't the channel for you. With great power comes great responsibility, right? You guys are Marvel Comics guys. I know you are. So come on. No, you notice not everybody gets blocked or banned from the channel. There is people that put in here some negative comments. That's fine. You see, here we go. Like, for example, I'll give you this. Okay, so Jake, you think that I don't give you this freedom of speech. No, that's not the problem. The problem is how you're using it. And here is one of the things that doesn't help me have a conversation with you. You're simply panhandling. That will get you in timeout for 30 minutes. And then we don't get to see the rest of your comments, even if they're well-mean intended. That's how that works. See, I suck at bass. He probably is very good at bass. How's your day going, Dennis? It's going well. Thank you for asking. And here we go. We can have a conversation. You don't have to agree with me, but you don't have to always disagree with anything that I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Ah, man. That's a tough question. That's a tough question. Who are you rooting for in the FIFA World Cup? I will normally, side with the United States of America on everything. And I don't know. I really don't have a pick, to be honest. I haven't been following soccer. But, of course, I would love to see Honduras go up there. Well, it's never going to happen. But, of course, I would like to see the United States of America win the FIFA Cup. I think that the World Cup is going to be fantastic for the United States of America to hold. They work hard enough, I think. And we have a good club. We have good players. I think that it's overdue that we win a cup. What I'm very surprised, I think I heard that Italy, it's actually out. Oh, my gosh. I don't know. Maybe they just got too many damn Muslims in Italy that they forgot to play soccer. That ain't right. Well, it could be. It is what it is. I'm not going to apologize too much for a lot of the things that are being said in this show. So just so you know. Sally says, my Republican fans just remember Trump is a 60-year Democrat, and just because he put a R in front of his name doesn't change the fact that he is Trump, I think is what Sally's trying to say. Do you people that ask, do you boot people that ask hard questions? First of all, here's the rules. I don't have time to read everybody's comments. And with that, I'm going to stop reading your comments. So what I suggest is, if you really want my attention, you know what to do. Okay? So with that being said, I want to go ahead and give you a couple of things that we're going to talk about, hopefully. Okay? And one of them is that we're going to have DHS Secretary Mark Wayne "The Rock" Mullen, that's what I call him, blames governor of California for the Chinese infiltration. That'll be the first clip that we're going to play today. And then, of course, we're going to go ahead and get Congressman Brandon Gill, who will be leading a task force that exposes institutional abuses. That's going to be interesting. I haven't seen it yet. We're going to watch it together. We'll go ahead and have an opinion about that. And let's see, redistricting is on a racial basis is the most stupidest thing that people on the left can actually argue. And we're going to go ahead and criticize a video from CNN today. So be ready for that. And, of course, we can't forget our dumb-ass socialist Democrat mayor here in Seattle, Washington. What a damn shame. Listen, I'm going to say, I'm going to be honest with you guys, okay? I judge her without knowing her. Now, I judge her on the way that she speaks and the way she carries herself. And I think that she is just very amateur in life. She has no wisdom. She has no real experience about life. And some people might argue with me that I'm not an economist. Well, I don't have to be an economist to tell you that we have issues. I don't have to be a historian, doctorate historian, to tell you that we had wars, that we had the American Revolution, that we had all these other fights. I don't have to be a historian teacher to tell you all of these things, or a professor. I don't have to be a doctor to tell you that if you have a cold, stay hydrated, get some rest, Vicks, etc., honey, tea with what, you know what I'm saying? That's all these things. I don't have to be a doctor to tell you these things. If you have muscle pain, I don't have to be a doctor to tell you, hey, do some rubbing, do some relaxing, get in the hot tub. You know what I'm saying? Get it going. Get the blood flow going. Sometimes you got to push forward. You got to push forward and get through it. Anyways, people think that you have to be an expert on a field in order for you to have an opinion about something. Well, I don't believe that. As a matter of fact, what is an education if not to try to make sense of things that we observe, that we see? What is one of the things that we have to do in order to learn science? Well, you have to observe. You don't just get a master's in science by just saying, I'm a master's in science. No, you have to go observe. You got to go do some research. You got to learn how to do this, and you got to interpret things this way. That's how you become to know something. So for all the people that come in and just say, oh, well, you're not a doctor on this. You're not a theologian on this. Listen, man, titles are just titles. That's just the way it is. If you are sick with something, give me your symptoms. I'll recommend some medicine for you. I don't need a doctor for that. Doctors are not professionals. Their career is literally called a practice. A practice. Meaning they don't really have an absolute cure for everything, or maybe they just don't want it. Maybe they just don't want it. Good morning, Don. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you, brother. God bless you. Yeah, we'll have a good one. We're going to have a good one today. We are going to have a good one today. Open borders, vote blue. Get him out of here. Get this clown out of here. Deport. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and have President Trump who gaggles with the press about his visit to China. China. Well, with this news that we had an actual Chinese spy in California for the second time, not only did he shag Mr. Swalwell, oh, this clown. Democrats, you guys are blind. You got to come to the light. Stop being turds. You guys got to stop it. Come on, man. I got to believe that you got some common sense. You cannot continue to vote for this garbage. Unbelievable. Hold on. President Trump is saying something. What was that, sir? Yeah, I'm doing my best, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, good luck with she. I know you are. Yeah. Appreciate you. All right. President Trump says to keep it real. Don't be a fake news podcaster. Man, I love my POTUS. American Golden Flag. My 45, 47. There is no 86 on that number. By the way, you be careful with using that number. If you don't know what 86 means, it means 8 miles away and 6 feet deep. That is wishing somebody dead. An assassination. You're calling for an assassination, and that, my friends, we cannot tolerate. All right? So, you start putting 86s in here. If you want to be famous with the FBI, by all means. But do me a favor, don't do that, okay? Do yourself a favor. All right, here we go. Oh, man, Sean, what's going on? Man, why you got to do that, man? Sean is over here just saying, fun fact. Only 983 more days for Trump to be your president. Well said. Well said, my friend. Don, thank you. I appreciate you, my big bro. Man, I'm telling you, man, I'm so excited about you, Don. I appreciate you. I can't wait to hear the stories. I'm telling you, every day that goes by, it's like I'm doing a countdown. You know what I'm saying? So just so you know, I am yours all day Saturday, and if we have to do a live on Saturday, fantastic. Who knows? If you're up to it, we'll probably do a live together there. And I always have my things in there so we can set up the phone, and I'll give you a mic. I'll have a mic, and then who knows? If you want to do it, let me know, and it'll be good for you to actually state your opinion. in person. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. I'll leave it up to you once we meet. Don't worry, I won't hold you up to it, okay? It's just an idea if you want to. Appreciate that comment. All right, here we go. Jason, how are you? Good morning. Good to see you on here. Let me get our first clip here ready for you guys so that we can go ahead and start criticizing these videos that we have lined up. I know if you are new onto my channel, just so you know, I do like telling stories. We talk about politics. We talk about religion. Some subjects, when I meet people on the street and they tell me that when they know that I have a YouTube, they'll ask me what is it about, and I always say, well, I bring up the two topics that people like to fight about, and I said I get a lot of hate on my channel because I'm talking about religion and politics. Oh yeah, that's what for sure. Yeah, so people know what they're getting into, and so just so you know, that is exactly what's happening. Tyler, I see you, man. It took me a while to see you there. Teddy is the troll. Who's Teddy? Is there a Teddy in here? Let me see. It's not my Teddy, is it? My Teddy is badass. Why is education illegal in the USA? I don't know what you mean by that. Teddy, educate yourself. October 7th is when Hamas terrorists invaded Israel. By the way, since you said that, I'm going to say this. There was a thanks for subscribing, guys. There was a video claim that the Israel soldiers were out there raping these Palestinians and all this other stuff. Well, you know what? Hearsay. I heard that was fake. That was made up. And that it was not happening. And the reason why they made this video was because Israel, of course, has, and not just Israel, but the world knows, okay, that these Muslims that go out and pillage and kill people, this is what they do. They rape women. This is what they do. And the worst thing is that they believe, this is sad, guys, they believe that it's okay to do this because they're not Muslims. And just think how sick this is. They believe it's okay to lie with a minor. That pisses me off. Huge. I can't imagine. Listen, I don't want to get too graphic with this. It just pisses me right off. To see the innocent children having their innocence stolen from them. Jesus said, let the children come to me, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Their innocence. They're sponges. They absorb all information, all the knowledge. We are responsible for teaching them to be good so that their future looks bright. This is our responsibility. And he also said that it's better for you to wrap a rope around your neck, tie it to a rock, and cast it in the ocean. That's how much of an abomination it is to God that you're hurting innocent children. Now, I don't know why my message always changes. For some reason, my message always changes. Let me tell you something. If it doesn't bother you that people are hurting children and that is their religion to do such thing, listen, I can even pass on hearsay. This guy did that. This guy did that. I get it. Hearsay. But this is actually written in the Quran, in their Holy Bible, as they say. Guys, they have made the abuse of children and women and violence and criminality, they have made it a religion. And because we have an amendment here that says we have the right of the freedom of religion, they are taking advantage of it. But I'm going to tell you, we are not stupid. And you have to stand with me, man, because listen, if you're a Democrat, let me reach out to you guys. You have no idea how hard I have to try not to cry of the pain that I feel when innocent children are being stolen of their innocence. When women are mistreated, how can you treat a woman like an animal? How can you just go off and hit them and beat them and do all this violence? How can you say that's okay? You know when I'm okay, and you can say I'm a hypocrite, but you know when I'm okay? If a woman comes up to you and she just wants to cuss you out, okay, that's not nice. If the woman hits you, you might just have to slap her back into reality. But don't ever abuse women. Look at this. Not your BSM. Okay, why am I an idiot for saying protect the innocence of our children and don't beat women? You on the chat, you are my witness of the garbage. These are the evil people on the left. Most of them are probably foreigners, Muslims who support the things that I'm speaking against. But I want you to be witness. Democrats, Republicans, independents, all Americans, I want you to look at my chat and look at the people. Look when they call me an idiot. Look when they call me a liar. Look when they call me a racist. Look when they call me a coconut. Listen to what I am saying when they make these comments. And by their fruits you shall know them. You shall know who they are by their fruits that they show you. I want you to understand that. And if you are on my channel, that is one thing that I will ask you to do for me. Read the chat. Listen to what I say. Listen to what I show you. Don't believe me. Do your research. Fact check. I will say this. I'm going to give you a disclaimer. My English is not perfect. I know. I've been here for almost 4 decades. My English is not perfect. I'm not going to make excuses for it, but I do have a sort of dyslexia and I have ADHD. I'm not making an excuse for it. But what I'm saying is that I know that my speech is not that great. If I go back and I listen to myself speak, I can catch all the mistakes that I make when I talk. Because a lot of the words that I think, I don't speak. See, I think them because I translate them from Spanish to English. But sometimes I don't say certain things like the articles, like the and a and ah. You know what I mean? I don't say, sometimes I think I said it, but I didn't. Like, for example, I'll give you yesterday when I closed the live yesterday morning. I listened to the end of it just to see what I was saying. I catch myself making so many mistakes on the speech. Like, okay, I understand it because I said it. But in order for others to understand it, I didn't say it the right way. And so I understand that there is some handicap on my English. I get it. And people can judge me for that, and you'll be righteously able to judge me because it would be true. Okay? So I want to put a disclaimer out there that I know that. Okay? ASW, hippie, absolutely you're 100% wrong. So shut the hell up. I'm just explaining to you how it comes out. It's not that I don't think about it. Of course I do. It's the way that when it comes out to explaining it, I might be missing some things on there. Now, I appreciate the people that have the patience and that tolerate and actually understand me. That's fantastic. It helps me out. But if you come in here and you correct me, that's okay. That's okay. I will say this, and it's not just me. Even American-born, even Americans, they spell the words as they pronounce them, which tells me that they also don't know how to speak proper English. Like, for example, there and there. I can't tell the difference. So when you type in something, you can type in THERE instead of T-H-E-I-R or T-H-E-Y apostrophe R-E. All three things sound the same to me, especially when you're speaking fast. So don't do that. Because if you start judging me for that, I guarantee you I will judge you for every single grammar mistake you make when you type, even though it's a typo. How would you like it if I judge you for every word that you say that doesn't make sense? How would you like to be on my seat and let me judge the way you speak and let me judge the way you think and let me catch you on things that you are inaccurate on and see how you feel sitting on this hot seat? That's what it's like for me here. This is the hot seat. There is no script. There's nobody telling me what to say, what to do. My show, 100% raw. It's what I do. This is my job. And all you retards out there that think that this is not a job, shut the hell up. Tell me, BCF, since you tell me to get a job, what do you do for a living? Don't tell me that you're a teacher as well. What a bum. Anywho, my man, shutting these people down over here. Trump judges on color and language. You support him. SGB, well, I wish that you would have spoken to me different so that I can understand that question, so that I can give you the benefit of doubt. But you're such a hypocrite. You're such a hypocrite. Listen, you can tell me over here that when I tell you that Mexicans the men are womanizers, that they cheat on their wives all the time, you will say, oh my God, that's racist. That's such a stereotype. Shut the hell up. Go to Mexico and ask them, what is the prideful thing to do with men? The prideful thing to do with men is to lay with many women as they can. It's what they do. Soap operas, shows, television, everything from Mexico. Wives are always cheating on their husbands. That or somebody's being abused. See, SGB, get the fuck out of my channel, bro. I'm trying not to curse over here. Shut the hell up. Let me tell you why you get to shut the hell up. I'm giving you a way out. I'm giving you a way to explain yourself, and you think you're triggering me. It's not that. You're welcome, by the way, that I'm actually paying attention to your sorry ass. What I'm trying to teach you is that you have to be respectful when you want to get something from somebody. If this was your show, I'll be respectful to you and what your opinion is. If I was in there with you, okay, let's say, for example, Teddy, good morning, brother. Paul Salsa in the house. You know, if Teddy had a show, right, and he has a point of view that I just don't agree with. Hey, Teddy, how are you? You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, you know what? Thanks for coming out here and doing your thing. Hey, listen, I have a question. And I will try to have such a conversation to where Teddy be like, okay, what the hell is Dennis talking about? Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Well, you disagree with me, Dennis, but this is what I believe. So I believe this, and that. And I would just say, hey, Teddy, I think this is actually better, but this is just my opinion. Thank you for your time, man. I appreciate you. That's it. Easy. Eddie Solano is an illegal immigrant. An illegal immigrant that doesn't like somebody speaking the truth. As a matter of fact, Eddie Solano probably is a Latino X, as they like to be called. This guy is one of those gay men that pretend to be closer to trans. I know my people, bro. I can tell this guy is gay. And not the nice gay either. It's one of those CC gays. Shut the hell up. What's up, bro? Teddy, good to see you in here, man. I mean that. Tony Mize. Tanya Mize. Good morning, Tanya. Good to have you in here. Paul Salsi smells the Trantifia Terminator in the house. Get her done. All right, here we go. First video clip of the day. DHA Secretary Mark Wayne, the Ruck Mullen, blames governor for the Chinese infiltration in California. Let's take a look.
Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen. Secretary, it's great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me on, Martha.
So you see, obviously, President Trump is on his way to China to speak to President Xi. He has a lot of things on his agenda, no doubt, and things he'd like to touch on. This kind of soft power infiltration of governments around the country, we've seen it in colleges with the Confucius Institutes, many of which were shut down. We saw it in an agency that was shut down in Texas a while back. Tell me what your thoughts are on sort of the larger picture of this kind of Chinese infiltration in the country.
Well, it's not surprising. We've had intel reports on this for quite some time that they were infiltrating our universities. We had warned a lot of these universities, especially Ivy League schools, that this was happening. They were stealing intellectual property that was on loan to the universities. And then we see that they feel like, because we get reports on this all the time, that they feel like that there is an open door invitation in these sanctuary cities. It's not just China. This is North Korea. This is Russia. This is our adversaries all over the place that's using the political theater that the Democrats have drawn as a point of weakness to be able to infiltrate our communities. And they've done that. I mean, with this mayor, even though this is an ongoing case, I can't talk a lot about it. It's obviously that they were using this to influence what people were seeing. But when you have sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, you have a leader like Gavin Newsom, who is the governor of California, but he does the bidding for these extreme left, and he's more interested in taking care of the criminals on their streets and taking care of his constituents on his actual streets. You expect this kind of stuff to happen. It's shameful. It should never happen. But unfortunately, in this case, it looks like it did.
So, I mean, clearly it undermines our national security. So as the head of the Department of Homeland Security, as the president is on his way literally right now on the plane to talk to President Xi, what keeps you up at night in terms of Homeland Security and the Chinese threat that you hope the president will press the president of China on this trip?
Well, I sleep good at night no matter what, because we have such a dedicated force in the Department of Homeland that does the work every single day. But we take our job very serious. We constantly get reports on this. The president obviously has an agenda. We also understand that China has an agenda too. We'll see how it goes. But if they think they're going to outmaneuver President Trump like they try to outmaneuver President Biden, there's two different characters. President Trump literally wrote the book on the art of a deal. He's the strongest leader of your and I's time period, and I believe this is the right move. I really like the forward approach that President Trump is having with China, taking the conversations directly to them. The last time we saw a president do this was Ronald Reagan with Gorbachev, and guess what? It prevented a Cold War. So what President Trump is doing here is exactly what he needs to do, and hopefully we can prevent China from going into Taiwan in 2027, like they have repeatedly said they were going to do. Hopefully we can keep this nuclear arm buildup from getting out of control, because it's possible with the pressure that China is putting on. Hopefully we can get good agricultural deals moving forward, and be able to have a robust economy between both. But unfortunately, China hasn't always been a great partner. But President Trump, maybe we can get back on solid ground, and the only person that could do it would be President Trump if it's possible.
So let's look a little bit wider. You've got a lot of big events this summer, America 250 events, the World Cup coming. I know you recently said in an interview that you had some concerns about the locked up funding for DHS and ICE with these big events coming. How concerned should we be about potential attacks at any of these this summer?
Well, we have the FIFA that's going to have 78 Super Bowls in 38 days here in the United States in 11 cities. Seriously, that's what 30 or 78 Super Bowls in 39 days. That's a lot. We have obviously Freedom 250 that DHS employees are working very hard for. We're getting ready for the World Military Games that follow right after that. And then we have the Olympics in 2028. What happened with FIFA and Freedom 2028 is because because we were in a shutdown for 76 days and the Democrats were just playing this political game because they want open borders and they don't want to deport criminals that's walking on our streets, they put us in a position where we were just being reactive to threats that were facing us leading up to these games. The first game is played in Mexico on June 11th. First game in the U.S. will be June 12th in L.A. And we had MOUs, memorandums of understanding, with local law enforcement in all 11 cities. Unfortunately, we wasn't able to even reimburse them since February. We had contractors for drone security. We had CISA, which takes care of cybersecurity, which lost 1,100 people, a third of their workforce. You can't have games, you can't have connectivity with local law enforcement, emergency management without having secured cyber. And all because the Democrats were playing these games, they put this entire thing at risk. And so we are now leaning forward, Martha, trying to be extremely proactive, but we are months behind because of what took place.
Wow, that's very interesting and unsettling. So we'd love to talk to you more about that. We're out of time for today, but Secretary Mullen, thank you for what you do, and thanks to all of your folks out there on the front lines of these tough situations, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, what do you guys think about that? I think that, okay, sorry, I'm over here typing as well. I'm also trying to reply to text messages here from important people. I think that it's okay to, to say and argue with things and all that stuff. But when you have something that is very obvious, right, like a homeless issue, right, that's not just in California. It's in a very, very many places. But when you see that the problem is being, a lot of money is being allotted to it and nothing is being done about it, it can become a problem. It can become a problem. I don't think there's anything really different or new that came from that. But I do want to listen to this Congress Brandon Gill, who will be leading a task force to expose institutional abuses. I think this is something important that we should actually take a listen to, and hopefully something good comes out of it. I really want to hold all of our politicians accountable for it. The fact that you have a Chinese spy in government, if this doesn't tell you, wake up, Americans, I don't know what will. Who are you voting for? Listen, there's a lot of traitors, okay? There's a lot of idiots on the left. There's a lot of stupid people out there who are loyal to a party, not to the government, not to the country. But all of these people who are voting in, like, for example, LA Mayor Bass, seriously, you still want that piece of trash to be an LA mayor? Like, do you guys not learn anything from your history? Hey, Tanya, how are you, sis? Good to see you on here. Do you not learn from that? You ignored us when we said that Swalwell was sleeping with a spy, Chinese spy, in Congress? You didn't believe us. But now we know that Swalwell was sleeping with a Chinese spy and was also a sexual harasser. That's right, not the right name. He was sexual harassing women. Okay? You said we were lying. As a matter of fact, a lot of the socialist Democrats say that was a lie. But yet, because Trump is being named on Epstein files. Of course, he's the whistleblower. Because he's mentioned there multiple thousands and millions of times. He's guilty. Of what exactly? Of nothing. You guys deny that Swalwell was over here sexual harassing women, but you're so convinced Trump was, even though there's no evidence. There is actual evidence for Eric Swalwell, and you still deny it. Yet you say you care about the victims. No, you don't. You see a town being filled with just foreigners of the same trade. In this case, Arcadia. All these Chinese people coming in to make a new community. Chinese people. They don't even speak English. That's how bad this is. They don't even bother to try to learn English. They're not here to assimilate and be part of your family. They are not here to be Americans like you and me. They are here to destroy America. Chinese spy, Democrats, you are all you leftist libtards out there, you are all responsible for this Chinese spy to be the mayor of Arcadia. And yet they want to judge us on Iran. Jacob Lopez, with that name, I can almost bet you that you speak worse than I do. Anywho, the fact is, you allow people to compromise your emotions. See, they dig in on your weakness. If you get emotionally compromised, they will dig into that weakness. And so the first thing that they will say when they want to stop you, they don't want to give you an actual real argument about it. They just want to call you a racist, a Nazi, bigot, and all this fascist and all these other things that they want to call you. They don't have a real argument. They don't have a real defense. And when shit hits the ceiling, nothing from them. They have no arguments, just insults. I wish they would have an argument and then insult me. Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Teddy, they are still not understanding that question. If Trump was in these files, listen, they went as far as committing perjury. This is things that's going to land Obama in jail. They went to as far as committing perjury, treason against the president, against our governor, against our country. They were willing to commit treason, making up a lie about the Russia collusion. Everybody on the Democratic Congress, senators, all dirty. They all blamed him. They all blame Trump. CNN is trying to play it off. But CNN also, ABC, MSN 13. You see what I did there? You know, and that you have all these things, all this leftist legacy media, PBS for Pete's sakes. All of them push this lie. All of them are guilty of it. And what do? They try to wash their hands. They try to wash their hands as if they didn't do anything wrong. But we don't forget, if Trump was guilty, they had access to those files. As you are trying to destroy your opponent, number one tactic is this: go find the truth. If you can't find anything wrong with the truth, lie about it. And that's what they did. They couldn't find anything that put Trump in jail on the Epstein files. Now, I'm going to be agreeing with you that if President Trump is guilty of anything, it's just he doesn't really want to open all the files for some reason or another, but it's not because he is a pedophile or a rapist or what you think he is. It's not that. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't understand. I don't understand this whole he doesn't want to release the files. He already signed the release of all the files. I don't understand what this argument comes from. Congress signed it. President signed it. What's the problem? What are we arguing about here? It is irrelevant. But I can tell you this. if they had anything on Trump, they would have used it already. Okay? Now, if you see all these illegal immigrants coming into my chat saying negative things, lying about us, just get rid of them. No big deal. All right. I need to turn my fans on because I am burning up in here. Yes, it is rainy. It's a little bit cloudy, but it is hot in here with all my monitors and lights and computer and blah, 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 plus my suit and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play the next clip here, and I'm going to go ahead and change to scene 3.
Oversight Committee is now launching a task force on defending constitutional rights and exposing institutional abuses. Congressman Brandon Gill of Texas will be leading this new effort to reform government institutions that have been weaponized against the American people. And the work starts today with a brand new investigation into Medicaid fraud recently uncovered in Ohio. Here now with all the details are House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer and the chairman of that new task force, Brandon Gill. Gentlemen, great to see you both. Thank you both for joining. Let me start with you, Congressman Comer. Why do we need a subcommittee that does this?
Well, the full committee's been focused a lot on the deep state abuses like the one you mentioned in your last segment. But what this new task force led by Congressman Gill is going to be focused on institutional abuses with, obviously from government institutions as well as politically connected nonprofits and many universities. These are things that have flown under the radar. We believe they violated the Constitution. We believe that there have been many instances of discrimination, and that's what this task force is going to be focused solely on. And I think that there's not a better person in America to lead this task force than Congressman Brandon Gill.
Well, Congressman Gill, I love that your first mission is to go after this Medicaid fraud in Ohio, or apparent Medicaid fraud in Ohio. And, one of the things you often hear about government fraud like this is that it's like a victimless crime or something like that. It is not a victimless crime. It is a very serious crime, and the people who always end up, the true victims are the taxpayers and the people, the rightful recipients of these funds.
That's exactly right. And the American people are sick of seeing their tax dollars wasted and seeing government organizations or nonprofit institutions, colleges, businesses abuse the American people. And that's what we're going after with this task force. What we found with this Ohio fraud scandal is that we've got what we believe to be billions of dollars that have been defrauded from American taxpayers that should have been going to benefit the American people. And instead, we're being laundered through a wide variety of shell companies that were acting as intermediaries to facilitate payments to organizations that weren't providing any type of health care. Ostensibly, this was going towards companionship services where we can't even verify that the services were actually provided, where there was no verification that the people providing these services had any medical training whatsoever, and there were no caps on the spending for these programs. And again, this is billions of dollars, and this is what the American people are sick of, and what we're going to work hard and diligently to put an end to with this task force.
Congressman Comer, what are some of the other areas that you, in your experience investigating these things, where that will be ripe for this committee or subcommittee?
Well, obviously, we want to focus like a laser on fraud. We believe that when you talk about health care, which is an issue the Democrats are trying to make as their issue in the election, they want to cite changes made and reforms made in the big, beautiful bill. We are making reforms to try to put guardrails on this spending. The American people are going to be outraged. They are outraged what they've seen in Minneapolis with the Somali fraud. They're outraged what they've seen in Los Angeles County with the hospice fraud. And now what I think you're going to see with Brandon Gill uncover is fraud in all 50 states with respect to the Medicaid program. Under the guise of minority contracts, under the guise of new programs the Democrats want to start with no guardrails. There's no accountability. There's been no auditing, and the American people realize that. They see it every day, and they're going to see it even more after this task force gets started. It's going to allow us to be able to make the needed reforms in Congress to save taxpayer dollars, and that's what the American people want.
Yeah. Congressman Gill, what has been the reaction among your colleagues when, I know that you're just starting the subcommittee, but what has been the reaction from your Democrat colleagues when you ask good questions about some of this fraud?
Well, what Republicans are doing are fighting to make sure that American tax dollars are being spent wisely. What Democrats want to do is weaponize the federal government and state governments and agencies to launder tax dollars to give to their political allies to effectively buy off votes. That's what we saw in Minnesota. And what it seems to be we could be finding in certain parts in Ohio and other states across the country as well. What we're doing is we're taking away one of the key arms that the Democrat Party apparatus has used in order to win elections, in order to win over people. It's wildly, just flagrantly corrupt. And again, this is what the American people are sick of. Whenever you pay your taxes every single year, you want to make sure that your money is actually going to programs that benefit the American people, not programs that benefit explicitly the Democrat Party.
It turns out that $1 trillion federal budget is a very effective way to get yourself reelected, and Democrats have figured that out. Congressman Comer, Congressman Gill, thank you both so much, and good luck.
Good luck. That's exactly what we want, guys. We just want accountability. It's okay. You know, we understand the taxing. We understand all of these things. All we want is accountability. That's all we ask for. Now, this next video that we're going to be dissecting here or criticizing is actually going to be from CNN. This is the leftist favorite legacy media, the same one that has been lying to us for decades, especially when they were doing the smear from Nancy Pelosi and also from the Russia collusion from Obama and Hillary Clinton. CNN is was one of the most respected news reporting outlet out there, and has become so corrupted that it's so hard to actually see or hear when they actually speak the truth. But we're going to go ahead and criticize this video, and we're going to pause through it so that you guys can actually hear what they're saying. And I will give you my opinion. If you need to stop me or ask me a question, you know what to do. There is a message pinned on the chat. Here we go. Scott Jennings. Love this guy.
They split a whole city into three to make black voters have less power.
It's in the Constitution. Get over it.
D. Ferguson
And
of
your point
1896.
is, bring it.
Because you're being utterly disrespectful.
Not at all.
Every voter in America, white, black, or otherwise, can go cast a ballot right now.
A battle over redistricting that is playing out at the Supreme Court as Republicans and Democrats try to gain an edge in November's midterm elections. Today, the court's conservative majority cleared the way for Alabama to use a new congressional map that would eliminate a district currently held by a black Democrat. The Supreme Court offered no explanation in its order, which tosses out a lower court decision that blocked the use of that 2023 map. There's already voting underway in that state. They are planning to toss out that map, go with a new map that favors Republicans, eliminates a district. And then you have the President Trump, sending a message to South Carolina, your home state, Bakari, saying the South Carolina State Senate has a big vote tomorrow on redistricting. He says, Republicans, be bold and courageous, just like the Republicans of the great state of Tennessee were last week. Move the U.S. House primaries to August. Leave the rest on the same schedule. Everything will be fine. Get it done. So
I want to take a step back and look at this from a 50,000-foot view, to be completely honest. I think Ashley and I have to wrestle with the fact that we are going to be the first generation to actually leave this country worse than the one that we inherited. There is a casual laughter from people we believe to be our friends on the right who are showing us true colors today, because the most sacred, or one of the most sacred acts you have in the United States of America is the ability to cast a ballot and elect someone and send them to Congress, the State House, or a mayoral seat that represents your interest. And now black folks throughout the South are being silenced. And I don't find that to be a laughing matter.
I heard you say that people are losing representation. People are losing their voice. No voter has lost their voice at all. No one's been disenfranchised. Every voter in America before these court rulings could go cast a ballot this November, and every voter in America, white, black, or otherwise, can go cast a ballot right now. The lines may be changing, but every voter still has the same amount of voting power, one vote, that they had. It's just that this Supreme Court said your race doesn't necessarily have to dictate your political identity. The fact that you're an American citizen and your franchise gives you one vote, that is your political identity. And it is incumbent upon both parties, Republicans and Democrats, to run people who speak not to just one constituency, but all American interests. To me, that's how the November election should be run.
Please.
Go ahead, Ashley.
I might agree with you if they hadn't said something different 3 years ago. We aren't talking about in Alabama a district that existed when my grandmother was alive. We're talking about a district that was drawn in 2023 because there are injustices that are still being placed. We're talking about Memphis, where we're not like, it's not just one person across the street. They split a whole city into three to make black voters have less power in House maps. The Voting Rights Act, which actually was the last time it actually was reauthorized, was under your boss, George W. Bush. It used to be a bipartisan thing. It used to be clear that the backdrop of this country, there is discrimination now. There was pervasive discrimination when the law was signed into law during the Civil Rights Movement. We can all go into our partisan corners, but to act like what is happening right now is not a direct attack on black voters' power, black voters' ability to represent themselves. Now, we had this conversation yesterday, Scott. Black voters are allowed to elect whoever they want. And in 2024, they did. They elected a black Democrat in that new district in Alabama. That black Democrat went through a primary of 13 people, and black voters found the agency to come and decide how that primary now will be erased. And put a black Republican up in that district if you want black voters to have a choice. But they're not. That's not what's happening. It is a dissemination, a distribution of black power. And to call it anything other than that, I just think is being historically ignoring the past of our country and pretending like we're not trying to drive our country to a different type of future.
Okay. Larson mentioned it already, but Here is my thing. I truly don't understand why black people are still voting for Democrats, which is the party of the KKK. Let's not forget about that. Let's not forget they are the party of the Jim Crow. Okay, well, let's not forget that they are the party who has been fighting to keep slaves slaved. Okay, let's not forget about those facts. Let's not forget about the fact that Democrats don't give a crap about the black community anymore because now they have illegal immigrants to do their slavery work for them. Listen to me. I don't understand why. I know a lot of black folks who have switched with me because we have been lied to for so long. Democratic Party lied to all those, to us Latinos who come here to this country legally, respect the law, thinking that we are going to be part of this great society. And instead, what do? They open the borders and they allow all the illegal immigrants to come in here into this country and take businesses away from actually legal migrants who have come here, gather a green card, become American citizens, and they come over here and they take our businesses away. You think that's BS? You are stupider than I think you are. If you believe that they're not, you are an idiot, because they are. Let me tell you what happens when we migrants come here legally and we get our residence and we get our paper to say we can work and now we can pay taxes. Let's get it. You know what illegal immigrants do when they get caught? They change their name. They don't even need a social security to qualify for health care. Did you know that? If I say I'm a resident or an American citizen, I have to use my Social Security. And once I mess up, I am messed up for life. But you know what illegal immigrants do? They just grab somebody else's Social Security number. You know why? Because they're not legal. They are not really in our system. They're not in our system. Bullshit. I'm a migrant. I know how it works. I know what people do. I was helping two Mexican guys when I was 18 years old. I got my own apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, and I was helping two Mexicans who were illegal, but they were working at Taco Bell with me. Now, let me tell you something. I love these guys. There's nothing wrong to help our neighbor. That's fine. But they ran up my phone bill. $3,000 plus. They ran up my phone bill, and then they backstabbed me. They double-crossed me. Thank you for the chat, pizza. Give me 1 second, guy. And it was under my name. I got stuck with that bill. And when I didn't pay it, it affected my credit. So I had to work to pay their bill, which I was already paying for the full rent. They never pay me their percentage of the rent that they're supposed to. It was 3 of us. We're supposed to divide it 3 ways. I paid 100% of the rent. I paid everything. They didn't. Once in a while, they will go buy some Top Ramen. Oh, but the 36-pack of beer, that was there. 3 months, I said, you know what? Get the hell out of my apartment. You're supposed to be this hard worker Mexican. You're supposed to be this great example of what real good migrants are supposed to be that build this country. And instead, you're shitting on this country and the people that actually belong here. So I don't appreciate being abused and taken advantage of. Then I meet the other Mexicans. Yes, Mexicans. I have been with Mexicans most of my life here in Washington State. And they do the same thing. They rank up the cable bill. They rank up their phone bill. They rank up the water, garbage, and sewer. And when they can't pay it, when they don't want to pay it because they're sending all of their money to Mexico, they just change their name and open a new account under a new name. And that's what illegal immigrants do. They are never held accountable for it. Until now. Now we're investigating. Now we're auditing. Now we know that we're not stupid. Every migrant that comes to this country that wants to be a resident, that wants to be an American citizen, we do it with the idea that this country is fighting to secure the border. Like we don't want to be in here and get deported, so we do it legally. But that's not the mentality of every person that migrants to this country. Illegal immigrants, they don't think that way. They just think I'm going to cross the border and all I got to do is hide. And eventually, with time, I might get some papers. And some do. But you see the mentality, the difference? So for every migrant that comes to this country that wants to be an American citizen, we do it with the mentality that this country is supported, is being secured. And now that we're citizens, we want to go ahead and continue to support that truth, which is you should be here legally. Don't break our laws. Don't disrespect the American citizens' freedoms. They fought many wars. Much blood was spilled from their ancestors. They have the right to be here. Everybody that is in this country legally has the right to be here. Some because they got the authorization. That is a privilege that you get to be able to come and visit, reside, or even become a part of an American citizenship system. Pizza Guy says, no, we will vote Democrats because Republicans choose to fight for segregation after the 70s with Nixon on the Southern strategy. We have the VRA so that you two people can't keep voting for racism. My friend, if you vote for Democrats, you are voting for racism. I don't think you understand history as well as you think you do. Yeah, there you go, now. Jason Beatrice said, desperate Democrats, Christ racism is pathetic. The Texas Walker, H1B1 are the biggest fraudsters, but yet no one talks about that happening on both red and blue states. Absolutely. And Texas Walker, one of the things that I've actually talked about is that problem. Here in Eastern Washington, we have Mexican descents that are green card holders. Some of them are actually citizens now. And they are being laid off. And they're bringing these H1B1 visa workers to the farms. And they mistreat them. They abuse them. You know why? Because third world country workers are desperate. Americans, we're spoiled. We want fair payment. We want fair treatment. There's David. How are you, David? Tanya's been asking about you, brother. So, going back to here, my question stands. Why are black people still voting for Democrats? Don't get it twisted, brother. The Democratic Party is the party of racism. Let's not forget Joe Biden. If you don't vote for him, well, you ain't really black, are you? Let's not forget that poor kids are just as smart as white kids. Well, if it isn't that racist. Not what I'm talking about, yeah, but that's what's happening here, Texas Walker. So since you give me a super chat there, go ahead and put on the chat, what are you talking about? HB1 visas are being abused. Now, I have talked about HB1 visas before. This whole, giving these H1B1 visa employees high-paying jobs, and then companies taking a lot of the money and not giving it to the actual American citizens. There's a lot of people that are not moderators anymore. Let's see, the lucky one I think is black. Let me see. One thing MAGA won't talk about is the high prices they created. That lucky one, I don't know how many times you've been trolling on my channel, but I talk about this shit all the time. What are you talking about? Let me see, Texas Walker. I like that name, by the way. In red and blue states, H1B1 users are making false businesses. Same thing that happened in Minnesota. Okay, are you talking about people that get a H1B1 visa to come and do a job like maybe an engineer, right, software developer, whatever the guy is, and they are actually using their spouses to create side businesses and then live off of that here illegally? If that's what you're talking about, I know what you're saying there. Now, back to this. I want to know why these people think that Democrats are black. I don't understand. So you gotta be able to elaborate. I'll tell you what. I'll let you call in later. Remind me. I'll let you call in later. I have a lot of things to cover. I'll tell you that right now. But I'll let you go ahead and call in later. So I don't understand, why is it that they think that Democrats is a racial thing? Why are they making it about race? Black doesn't mean Democrat. H-1B-1 visa are those working visas for foreigners to come here and work under a certain condition. Listen, it's stupid if people don't see that. They always make it about race. It's not about race. If you were caught stealing, beating somebody up, committing murder, and you're black, your ass needs to be in jail. Has nothing to do with the color of your skin. These sons of bitches go out there and are criminalizing the whole city, and then they claim racism when they get in trouble. You can't do that. Let's go ahead and continue listening to this madness here. Democrats are the party of racism, and they're going back to their old ways, period.
One of the interesting things about Tennessee that we should also keep in mind is that Tennessee district that they did away with existed prior to the Voting Rights Act. So Memphis, as a city, has been a district even before they were trying to rectify racial discrimination with the Voting Rights Act. So, we're going to start to see maybe Virginia might try again and create that. Maybe they might try to create an 11-0 map, because now, according to the Supreme Court, you can. We might live in a country where all around the country we have states where the minority political party has effectively zero representation in Congress.
I think everybody should take confidence in the fact the Supreme Court basically supported one vote, one person, guaranteed in perpetuity. And the rest is just map wars. And I think we should get used to it. And I think it's, as you said, a state-based situation. Add this to the mix. At the end of the day, the state decides at the state level. It's in the Constitution. Get over it.
So the problem with that sentiment is that you were.
if you're fighting redistricting between Democrats and Republicans representation, I get it. But what the hell does that got to do with racism? See, it sounds better if you make it about racism because then that triggers people to defend it. But that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about.
Born in 1954.
Yeah.
Okay, you're
Very
70.
popular
You're
that
71.
Yeah.
Right. In 1954.
By the way, I'm a vampire. I'm never gonna die, so-
during your lifetime, we've actually had Brown v. Board of Education.
I remember.
Yeah, Brown v. Board of Education. I don't know how you remember it. I think you were like
54.
2 months old. But
But
Brown v.
your
Brown v.
point
But I'm
is-
not finished yet. Let me finish my
You're gonna
thought.
drill back to 54.
Yeah, because you're still alive, right? And so there's an entire generation of people. Brown v. Board, it overturned Plessy v. Ferguson
And
in
your point
1896.
is? Bring
And
it, bring it.
My point is that my mother was born in 1951. She desegregated schools. My father was shot in the Civil Rights
And?
Movement. Those people.
Let him finish.
I'm going to finish because.
Wait a minute. So the shark guy here is born in 54. And he says, how do you remember that? You were born in 54. You don't know shit. But then he makes the comment that his mother was born in 51 and she ended segregation at what? 3 years old? 4 years old? 10 years old? The stupidity of this guy's argument. Let me listen to it again. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me listen to him again. Hold on. I apologize. Let's see.
Board of Education. I don't know how you remember it. I think you were like
54.
2 months old. But I'm not finished yet. Let me finish my
You're gonna
thought.
drill back to 54.
Yeah, because you're still alive, right? And so there's an entire generation of people. Brown v. Board, it overturned Plessy v. Ferguson
And
in
your point
1896.
is? Bring it.
My point is that my mother was born in 1951. She desegregated schools. My father was shot in the Civil Rights
And?
Movement. Those people.
Let him finish.
I'm going to finish because you're being utterly disrespectful.
Not at all.
So I'm going to finish this
Just let him
comment.
finish.
So what I'm telling you is that there are people in this country who fought, died, and bled for the right to vote. Don't be a dick. Just understand.
Okay. Bakari,
just
please.
just
I'm not a dick. I'm
understand.
pointing something
that's-
out.
Well, argue with me all you want. But that's exactly what I heard. So he says, you were born in 1954. What do you know? You were only 2 months old. And then he says his mother was born in 1951 and she ended segregation. Brown versus Board. Brown versus Board. That was done in 1954, which is the same year that the Commies Act was also put out. But his mom at 3 years old ended segregation in schools. How does that logic come? It just doesn't make sense to me. This is one of those black people that vote for Democrats. You got to be a moron to vote for Democrats today. I am telling you, I was a moron for supporting Barack Obama, who supported the extreme Muslim terrorists in Iran. I was a moron for believing that they were going to do immigration reform and that all the people that had DACA documents will become residents and they wouldn't have to worry about deportations during Obama's reign of terror on the United States of America. So we gotta listen to the facts. Don't listen to their bullshit. If you already know by now, they're talking about racism. We're talking about redistricting between Democrats and Republicans. And they put in this racism thing as if the Democrats have always been for black people. No. The Democratic Party are liars. As a matter of fact, they have become worse than they were before. See, they took a turn. At some point, the Democrats started thinking about equality for all Americans. And then they flipped. And now they want to put American citizens out. and allow illegal immigrants in. You know why? Because they are stupid. They are ignorant. They are idiots. You throw them a bone and they just wiggle their tail. Oh, free welfare. Yay. Shut the hell up. That is not a way to be a good citizen. Anybody that is able to work and depends on the government to provide their food is a moron and a lazy ass that doesn't belong in this country. You build your own poverty. Rich people, Americans who believe in the American dream and do things the right way, they build their rich country. You build poverty. Forget about this racism in America. Black idiots like this guy right here, Mr. Bakari Sellers, should be Bakari sellout. He's an Uncle Tom, as they say, on the Democratic Party. Yeah. You know what I find very interesting? What I find very interesting is that anybody that stands, check this out. Anybody that stands for America first, secure borders, two genders, the nuclear family, no men and women sports. Every American that believes and supports those things, the first thing that people say, that's a MAGA. That's a MAGA. So what? What does MAGA stand for? Make America great again. So what are you clowns supporting? What are you foolish far leftists supporting when you vote for Democrats? You're voting for mutilating children. Oh, yeah, no, I don't forget about prices. That lucky one. Prices are high, mostly due to local taxes and regulations. How many times do I have to say that on my show? You have been trolling for how long, bro, and you still don't listen? Maybe you've been smoking too much weed. You might want to slow down on that shit. It's not helping your memory. Tariffs are temporary. The war in Iran, temporary. Regulations and taxes are permanent. Who do you blame? You sucker? Who do you blame, Uncle Tom? Uncle Tom for the left. That's a real Uncle Tom right there. That's a real Uncle Tom. The black men who support their freedom, that's not an Uncle Tom. The black man who bleeds for America, that's not an Uncle Tom. The black man that appreciates those who fight for the rights of their people, that's not an Uncle Tom. But those who support and vote and take all of the oppression and violence and hate from the Democratic Party, all of you guys are Uncle Toms. And that's how you distinguish these people. We're talking about redistricting here between Democrats and Republicans. Why does he talk about black people? Why does he say when the Democrats are out, why does he say that is racist? That is against black people. Let's not forget that one of these wars on redistricting, they actually keep voting the black man because he's a Republican out. And they keep voting for the white man who is a Democrat, but he ain't black. The hypocrisy, the stupidity of the logic. For those of us who have common sense, we can see through it. We can see through the lies, through the smokes and screens. But those people who keep supporting socialist Democrats, please go back and read about Marxism. Find out how they work, what they believe or don't believe. Go read on communism, history. Why do we have the Communist Act of 1954? Go read, go educate yourself. Go do some research. Find out, try to use some critical thinking and see what is right and what is wrong, what has worked and what hasn't worked. If President Trump makes mistakes, absolutely. We'll get to that.
The Constitution is being upheld.
Hey,
Do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with the Constitution of the United States of America?
Bakari, I'm going to stop you because I just want everybody to reset with a modicum of respect at this table. Please stop.
I want you to understand
That's
that there is a
Mr.
price.
Get to you, buddy.
There is a price that was paid for this right. There is a price that we uphold, and whether or not
Where are
you
you going
value
with
that,
this?
whether or not you value that or not, there are people who bled, sweat, and died and were imprisoned for access to the ballot box. And what we're
They still
seeing
have access.
throughout the South is that their voice, their vote, their representation, and people who have lived experiences to represent them are not being sent to Congress or where they need to go.
Well, this debate, by the way, is happening among the justices. If you look at the Louisiana decision, the conservatives are saying, we've made great progress. It's time to let go of using racial
And
discrimination.
that's why I utilize the description of
And the
But
liberal
also,
justices say exactly what you just said,
but
Bakari,
also,
which is there's a history
you know,
here that we're overlooking.
But Ellie,
Yeah.
I mean, the 3 years have passed since 2023
Yeah.
and 2026.
Exactly.
So that's
It's not that long.
All of a sudden, the country has made that
That much progress?
in 3 years.
That's the criticism of the majority. Look, there's a famous quote by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, right? When the
should have
Voting Rights Act
retired,
came, what's that?
Who should have retired?
When the Voting Rights Act came up, when she was on the bench, she said,
Wait, before you continue, so she is surprised that change hasn't been fast enough within 3 years. But every single day, they fight against us when we're trying to make that change. The reason why change doesn't happen faster is because the far leftist socialist Democrats and all of the libtards that says they're not Democrats or Republicans, they continue to slow us down. They continue to be obstacles to the better future of our country. Then they wonder why it's taking so long. But they don't understand. Get the hell out the way. I will work a lot faster if you get the hell out the way.
the conservatives said, well, we've made great progress, so we don't need this anymore. She said, I'm paraphrasing, but she said, that's like getting rid of your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not getting wet.
Yes.
And the question is it still raining? Is it drizzling? Is it clear? People differ strongly on that.
And guess what? It can be clear one day and rain the next. And so that's the inconsistency.
And the crazy part is, go ahead.
I just want to point out the one person, one vote. I think, Bakari, us millennials will have to wrestle with how we're going to leave this earth, and I'm determined to leave it better than I found it. And I think that this decision is actually going to open a rush to reevaluate a lot of things that you say are in the Constitution, because right now you have a hat on that says Utah, and they have more representation in the Senate than the people actually in Alabama have
I
in
got
the
a
Senate.
situation in Utah going on.
I know that's not why you have the hat on.
No, I
but
have it on.
You have it on, and so there are states right
I'm
now that have
supporting
two
the people of
senators.
Utah.
When we're sitting in a state right now that has more population than Utah multiplied by 10, and so if we
You
really
don't like
want to
Utah?
talk
I
about,
love Utah.
I'm talking about all the states that have smaller populations. If we really want to talk about one person, one vote, and if we really want to go down a path to see what real franchise means, you might have just opened a discussion that this country should be is timely to actually have.
Oh, man. Nashville, Tennessee. Beautiful to see all that red on there. You know what? Let me tell you something. And I think that some people need to be reminded. For those of you who are ignorant, racist people, let's remember that it was the Republican side who fought to free the slaves. We don't like it. We don't want it. Which, by the way, Muslims are still enslaving people. Muslims are still selling their women, children, and men into slavery. Let's not forget that Muslims are still... Forget about it. You know what they're doing. You know what they're doing. The YouTube stranger texts, what is it? The YouTube compliance report guy. You are a horrible troll, and my friend, you are everything that you say to me. Redistricting in Alabama. Oh, that's gonna be good. Let me see how many seats do we have. How many seats do we have so far? Anybody know? How many seats do we have? How many seats have changed due to redistricting? Not that one. Let's take a look. Ooh, as of May 2026, mid-decade, redistricting has significantly altered the U.S. House landscape, with over a quarter of all congressional seats redrawn, primarily favoring Republicans, who are positioned to gain between, oh, this is so fantastic, between 6 to 12 new seats. How about that, pizza guy? Key states like Texas, Florida, and Ohio have passed new maps to boost the GOP numbers, while Democrats have seen potential gains in California and through court order changes in Utah. Republicans are projected to gain 6 to 12 seats due to new maps in states, including North Carolina, by the way. Man, I like it when these guys fight. When these guys fight us, it just makes us perform better. I think that's a good thing. I love that. I love that. You guys make us fight, and we just get better. In the meantime, while you guys fight us, you keep electing morons like this. Check this out. Here's a clip from Dave Rubin report about the socialist mayor here in Seattle.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown, and if the ones that leave, like bye.
Josh, like
So that is the common sense of the far leftist socialist Democrats. I want you to know that. That is the common sense. You see that, right? I can say the same thing and be like, well, you know what? If they want to go, they can go. But I can't say that because thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs have left us because of stupidity and incompetence from governments, from the socialist Democrats. Just like that.
super overblown, and if you leave, like, bye, and like, who needs money?
By the way, I love Dave Rubin. I hope he knows it. I hope he one day gets to see this. Dave Rubin, Dennis loves you, bro.
And what's math?
Who do you guys think is actually creating jobs? It's a very rudimentary point, it's a very basic point that I think gets lost there. Look, roughly 2/3 of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. That's a very unfortunate reality, but it actually is economic reality. And I feel for a lot of these people for sure. But these folks are not the ones, by sheer obvious facts of their paycheck situation, they're not creating jobs. They're trying to get by. You actually need wealthy people to start businesses, to invest in capital. And I feel like a lot of this basic economics 101 has gotten so lost. Most of the people on the left, a couple of people on the right, I would add as well there, but it's just common freaking sense. Any decent society needs wealthy people. It is natural and is proper and it is right to have a full panoply of people all across the income and wealth spectrum.
By the way, it's not just Howard Schultz moving to Miami. This week, what she was reacting to was, I think, a big chunk of Starbucks' headquarters. Yep. Some of it is staying in Seattle, but I don't think for long, because now they have a big foothold that's going to Nashville, Tennessee. So they're drawing all these companies, these jobs, and then people who don't want to live in Seattle anymore because you got to step over the needles, the drugs, the homeless, just like Gavin Newsom's California.
I think the claims that
Oh, man. Well, let me tell you something. Thanks to the incompetence of the socialist Democrats here in Washington State, just last year alone, we lost over 100,000 jobs. This year, we have lost over 60,000 jobs. While we are messing up here with our stupid socialist Democrat government, Tennessee is getting rewarded, and they're actually going to have 100,000 jobs being placed over there in Tennessee, which the average is going to be anywhere between $75,000 to $100,000 for position. Think about that, plus billions of dollars that are going to come in to Tennessee because of the stupidity of the socialist Democrats here in Washington State. Starbucks, very underrated. They are undermining the same people that have supported them for a very long time. They just don't understand. Hold on. I got a little treat for you guys later on. We're going to go ahead and listen to our President Trump gaggling with the news reporters. And let's see, Congress Brandon, redistricting is racist, socialist Katie Wilson. Yeah, we cover all those. And now we're going to listen to President Trump gaggling with the news reporters. But before we get there, I've been drinking coffee since 6 a.m. this morning. Coffee is life. Imagine socialist Democrats destroying jobs. They lose hundreds of thousands of jobs, and the only thing that they can say to protect themselves from being accountable for their incompetence is to say, F Trump. Oh, boy. Well, speaking of Trump, God, I love my POTUS. He did make a massive miscalculation, and we will get to it.
What are your expectations for your...
Well, we're going to see what happens. We're only making a good deal. We have their military's gone, it's wiped out, and we're only going to make a good deal, and we'll see what happens. But I believe that one way or the other, it's going to be very good for the American people, and I think actually very good for the Iranian people.
Are you reconsidering the Pakistanis as mediators?
No, they're great. What? I think they're great. I think the Pakistanis have been great. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan have been absolutely great.
Mr. President, what is your message to President Xi as it relates to the Iran war?
Well, I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Mr. President, do you think he needs to intervene at all with the Iranians?
I don't think he does.
Can help in any way?
No, I don't think we need any help with Iran. We'll win it one way or the other. We'll win it. We'll win it peacefully or otherwise. Their Navy's gone. Their Air Force is gone. Every single element of their war machine is gone. They've killed a lot of people. They've killed 42,000 people at least over the last month and a half. We win.
Mr. President,
how you cut it.
Mr. President, what do you believe, Mr. Curtis here? Mr. President, do you believe your visit to China will impact of international economy and price of oil?
It's going to be a positive. We're going to have a very good meeting. I spoke with President Xi. We both look forward to the meeting. It's going to be great.
Mr. President, what is going to be your red line to end the ceasefire for you? What will it take to pull the plug?
Well, we're going to see, and we'll be thinking about it on the flight, and we'll be thinking about it for the next little while. But we've beaten their militaries very soundly. That's over with. The blockade is very effective. It's been 100% effective. And one way or the other, it's going to work out very well. It's going to work out very well. I think you're going to have so much oil, you're going to have a gusher of oil like you've never had before. So when oil goes up a little bit, I thought it would go up much more. If you go back 3-4 months ago when we were contemplating, we assumed oil would go much higher. Yesterday it was at $99. And if you think about it, I would have taken that all day long because it's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon. They know that. They've agreed to that. And then that's not what they said to me when it came to we don't play games. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, you promised to bring inflation. Mr. President, you promised to bring inflation down. It's now at its highest level in 3 years. Are your policies not working?
No, my policies are working incredibly. If you go back to just before the war, for the last 3 months, inflation was at 1.7%. Now, we had a choice. let these lunatics have a nuclear weapon. If you want to do that, then you're a stupid person, and you happen to be. I mean, I know you very well. Anybody that wants them to have a nuclear weapon is a stupid person. So we said we're going to take the greatest stock market in history, and we're going to go down a little bit, and actually that turned out to be incorrect because our stock market is now at the highest point in history, which frankly surprised a lot of people. It's a very simple message. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, and that's 100%. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, their leaders are gone. They're all gone. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
Are you ready to extend a waiver on sanctioned Russian oil to ease the global crude prices?
We're going to do whatever is necessary, and as soon as this war is over, which will not be long, you're going to see oil prices drop, and you're going to see a stock market, which is already at the highest point in history, go through the roof. You're going to see the golden age of America, frankly, and you're seeing it now. So as soon as this is, don't forget, you have hundreds of ships that are loaded up with oil that want to come out. As soon as they come out, we're going to have a gusher of oil, and you're going to have inflation that goes way down. Now, with all of this, inflation is much lower than it was under Biden. Biden had the highest inflation in the history of our country. Inflation is nothing by comparison, but our inflation is just short term. Because if you go from just before the war, we were for the last 3 months 1.7%. And now what you have is as soon as this war is over, you're going to see inflation go down to probably 1.5%.
Will you extend the waiver? Will you extend the waiver, sir? Will you extend the waiver on Russian crude?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday you said you gave the Kurds arms, but they did it for themselves. A U.S. military official says that the Kurds have not received any arms, and the Kurdish political parties are denying receiving any arms.
The officials are wrong.
President, Chinese people, sir, on the summit.
How does that different than your ballroom? You wanted Jerome Powell fired for cost overruns. How's that different than your ballroom and the reflection?
So what happened is we have a ballroom that's under budget. It's going up right here. I've doubled the size of it because we obviously need that. And we're right now on budget, under budget, and ahead of schedule.
The price has doubled. You doubled.
I doubled the size of it, you dumb person. It's double the size. You are not a smart person.
Oh my God!
Over here.
I apologize. Just so you know, I have not listened to this gaggle. Believe it or not, my face is so hot right now. It just caught me off guard. I doubled the size of it. He said, "Oh my God, you doubled the price of it? You dumb person." I apologize, my patrons. I know, I'm so sorry. I don't normally pause our POTUS. I love my POTUS. Oh my God, but that was so funny. I gotta have to rewind it.
How does that different than your ballroom? You wanted Jerome Powell fired for cost overruns. How's that different than your ballroom and the reflection?
So what happened is we have a ballroom that's under budget. It's going up right here. I've doubled the size of it because we obviously need that. And we're right now on budget, under budget.
Okay, under budget, and we doubled the size of it, the ballroom. Ooh. This is the problem when you just hear, but you don't listen. You have to listen. You see, most people have a problem. Most people, they hear to react or to make a statement, but they already have their mind set into this negative thought or this baseless thought because they haven't listened. He said under budget, and I doubled the size. She didn't listen, and she got insulted, as she well deserved.
And ahead of schedule.
The price is double. Why you doubled?
I doubled the size of it, you dumb person.
Trump,
It's double the size.
What about
You are not a smart person.
What about the
I know he wanted to say this one. That's what he really wanted to say. You are one dumb. I know that he wanted to say it. I know that's what he wanted to say it. And she deserved it, dumbass. You are one dumb person. You know that?
Over here, and based on a lot of things that have happened over the last year, we doubled the size of the ballroom. So we're going to have a ballroom that's appropriate for the White House. We doubled the size. The ballroom now is ahead of schedule, and it's a little bit under budget, depending on the finishes that we use.
The president of Cuba has his days numbered.
Well, they're not doing well. Cuba is not doing well. It's a failed nation, and we'll be talking about Cuba at the right time.
Mr. President, let me ask you about Venezuela. Some Venezuelans are concerned that there are some political prisoners still in their prisons. Would you do something about that?
Yeah, we'll do it. We're going to get them all out. And I'll tell you what, Delcy's doing a great job. The people of Venezuela are thrilled with what's happened. They can't even believe it. They're dancing in the streets. And as you know, we have Exxon, we have Chevron, we have all of the big companies going in. And Venezuela now is making more money than they've made in the last 25 years.
Excuse me, sir.
As you know, they let a lot of the political prisoners out, and the rest will be coming.
Did you ask Marty McCary to resign, sir? Or did you fire your FBI
Well, I don't want to
commissioner?
say, but Marty's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's a wonderful man, and he's going to be off. And the assistant, the deputy, is taking over temporarily until we find. Everybody wants that job. It's a very important job. Marty's a terrific guy, but he's going to go on and he's going to lead a good life. He was having some difficulty. You know, he's a great doctor, and he was having some difficulty, but he's going to go on and he's going to do well. Everybody wants that job.
Midterm elections, would you send the National Guard or ICE to voting locations in November? Would you do that?
Well, you know what? I'd do anything necessary to make sure we have honest elections. We have to have honest elections.
So you're not ruling that out?
A quick question, Mr. President. This month is considered to be the month of Africa. On the May 25th, we'll be celebrating Africa Day. Would you mind doing something special, like 10-minute interview to speak about your views on the Africa?
We would do that.
Ceasefire is on life support. Is President Xi the person to bring it back to life?
Well, we'll see what happens. We're going to have a great meeting in China. He's a wonderful guy. He's a friend of mine, and we're going to have a great meeting. We do a lot of business with China. We do very well with China, and they do well with us. And the relationship is very good. We're going to have a great meeting. We are going to have a great meeting.
Do you think he's got what it takes to convince the Iranians?
Whatever he can do to help, we like.
Mr. President.
Will you be able to talk about the end of the war in Ukraine with the president?
I think it's getting very close. The end of the war in Ukraine, I really think it's getting very close.
Will China invest $1 trillion in the U.S.? Will China invest $1 trillion in the U.S.?
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates Say it.
What is more broken, NATO or OPEC?
Well, OPEC is having some difficulty right now because one of those things, but that has nothing to do with me. NATO was very disappointing to me. NATO was not there when we wanted them. We don't need NATO. We don't need NATO, but if we did need them, they just weren't there.
Do you think President Xi can help and contribute to a deal with Iran?
He could. I mean, it might be. I don't think we need any help with Iran, to be honest with you. They're defeated militarily, and they'll either do the right thing or we'll finish the job. They're either going to do the right thing or we're just going to finish the job.
The message, sir, to the Chinese people as you embark on this summit.
That we're going to have a great relationship for many, many decades to come. My relationship with President Xi is a fantastic one. We've always gotten along, and we're doing very well with China, and working with China has been very good. So we look forward to it. As you know, President Xi will be coming here toward the end of the year, so that'll be exciting too. I only wish we had the ballroom finished. The ballroom is right on budget and ahead of schedule, but I wish we had it finished now. You also may want to do one other thing. You may want to go see the reflecting pool, because that's under construction, and for the first time since 1922, it's going to work properly.
Sir, the gas Thank you, Mark Stone from Sky News. What's your advice to Keir Starmer, sir? He seems to be on the brink.
Well, my advice to him has always been, open up your oil in the North Sea. You got one of the great oil finds anywhere in the world, and you're not using it. They're not allowed to use it. And it's one of the best in the world, among the best oils in the world. Open up your oil in the North Sea and get tough on immigration.
Should he stay or go?
Europe is being very, very hurt by immigration all over Europe. Not only
stay or
him.
go?
That's up to him. But I told him from day one, you're getting killed on energy. You're windmilling your country to death. Open up the North Sea. You have one of the greatest sources of energy in the world. Open up the North Sea.
The pressure is from Nigel Farage.
Should state governors drop taxes on oil? Would you ask them to do that?
I think it's a great idea.
I have two questions. Has there been any understanding between you and Putin that Russia should get entire Donbass?
No.
You have a standing invitation to travel to Russia. Do you think it might happen this year?
Good. I mean, look, I will do whatever is necessary. That war, I've settled 8 wars. That war is getting closer. Believe it or not, it's getting closer. And we think we're going to end up getting a settlement between Russia and Ukraine.
What is the ultimate goal of your trip to China?
I think more than anything else is we have massive relationships with China. We're the two superpowers. We're the strongest nation on earth in terms of military. China's considered second. Who knows? I mean, who knows? But we are. There's nobody even to come close. And you see that whether it's Venezuela or whether it's Iran. Iran's military is decimated. I have a great relationship with President Xi, and I think it's going to remain that way. We have a lot of things to discuss. I wouldn't say Iran is one of them, to be honest with you, because we have Iran very much under control. We're either going to make a deal or they're going to be decimated. So one way or the other, we win.
What about
we're going to be talking with President Xi about a lot of different things. I would say more than anything else will be trade.
Just to clarify, did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is a nuclear weapon? You're not considering the financial impact of this war on Americans?
The most important thing by far, including whether our stock market, which by the way is at an all-time high, but including whether or not our stock market goes up or down a little bit, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
What about the pressure on Americans and prices right now?
Every American understands.
How they're feeling about
Every American, are you listening to me? Every American understands, and they just had a poll, like 85%, which is surprising. It's only that they understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If Iran has a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be in trouble because they happen to be crazy. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Now, if the stock market goes up or down a little bit, the American people understand it. When it's over, you're going to have a massive drop in the price of oil, which a lot of people thought would be higher. And I mean, it was $100, it was $99 yesterday, which is low, which is relatively low. When this war is over, oil is going to drop, the stock market's going to go through the roof, and truly, I think we're in the golden age right now. You're going to see a golden age like we've never seen before. The minute it's announced, and I'll be the one to announce it because I'm the one that makes that decision, I could leave right now, and it would take them 25 years to rebuild their country. But I don't want to do that. I want to have it complete and total. Are you ready? As soon as this war is over, you're going to see numbers like you've never seen.
I know how much you value loyalty. I know how much you value loyalty. Are you comfortable with people serving in the military if they personally oppose the Iran war or you?
It doesn't mean I'm happy about it, but I live with a lot of different
Question on redistricting. To voters who are confused about the changing maps, the changing dates, and to African Americans concerned that this is going to draw black members of Congress off the map, what do you say?
Well, I think it's been a wonderful process. They've been the Democrats, or as I call the Democrats, because they are dumb in so many ways. They've redistricted for years, and now we took our shot, and it looks like we're going to pick up a lot of seats, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We want voters to have their choice. We want fair voting. We want fair elections. The Democrats have been cheating on elections for many years, and all we're doing is winning. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. That is the gaggle from President Trump. Now, let me go ahead and address a couple of things here. One of the massive miscalculations, as you saw on my title of the video, it's that we keep hearing this intel that President Trump is receiving from this military that we have, and they say that 70%, of everything has been destroyed. We believe that the Air Force has been destroyed completely. We believe that the Navy has been destroyed completely. So the IRGC, they don't have nothing. But then now we're hearing things, and we've seen things that show that Iran, it's showing these big missiles. Now, it could be just some anti-bullshit, but a case. But they have these big, huge missiles, and it's crazy is that they come out in the open and show these big missiles with hundreds of, maybe thousands of people surrounding these missiles. It tells me this is the perfect time to drop a bomb on these missiles. That's just me. That's not President Trump. He doesn't like to do that. That is just me speaking about it. But his miscalculation has been that I feel like, okay, this is the intel that he's getting, so I'm not going to blame him for saying that. But I'm going to say this. If you are on the left and you believe that President Trump is lying to you, right, that we have not attacked Iran enough, that we are not really meeting our goals, then you would have to agree with me that we need to go harder on them. It doesn't mean we should go light. It doesn't mean that we should, come back and just, welcome back, Don. Good to see you. It doesn't mean that we're just going to cower and then retreat without finishing the objective. The son of Pahlavi said that, I think he said, Afghanistan. Let me see, where's it at? Pakistan. They say Pakistan is hiding airplanes, jet fighters from Iran in Pakistan. Let me play this clip here because I find it very interesting. Let's take a listen. Just listen.
Are you aware of reports that Pakistan are allowing their bases to be used to park Iranian aircraft, General King?
I've seen one report on that.
Well, is it accurate?
Matters
Let
I've
me
seen
just
are-
say, do you agree if it is accurate, that is sort of inconsistent with it being a peace mediator?
Pakistan's role.
Secretary, if the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft of Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases, do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator?
Again, I wouldn't want to get in the middle of these negotiations. I want
Well, I
maximum
do.
efficacy
I
for
want
our
to get in the
people.
middle of these negotiations. I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate. No wonder this damn thing is going nowhere. But when it comes to Pakistan and China, enough already. Pakistan.
I agree. I agree. You can't play blind. Now, I'm talking to conservatives, to Republicans, to those who are Trump supporters. You can't play blind and play stupid. We are nobody's puppets. We are nobody's bitch. We have our right to our opinion. And we're going to call it as we see it. And I have to agree with Graham. Pakistan is a problem. So what do we do? This is the question. So what do we do? Do we just go full-on war? World War III? What do you think we should do? If we know that they are helping our enemy, do we go to their air base and take them completely out as well? I think that this is something new that we have to tackle. Now, I am not a strategist or anything. I tell you, I play for many decades. I played games of strategy games. Okay? I know they're just games. I'm not going to put in there that this is my professional opinion, but it's common sense. That if somebody is attacking me, I need to invest on my food and my economy, and I got to build my military. If somebody else is attacking me, I can't just put there and play defense. I got to set a plan in motion to build a specific military group so that I can go and successfully attack our enemy. We need some intel, and we need to make sure that if this is true, like I wish that General Kane and Secretary Hegseth would have said something, but I understand that you can't just spill the beans out in the open. I am going to, as of right now, assume that they are putting together a task force that is going to do some recon and to make sure that they verify that Pakistan is indeed harboring jet fighters from Iran. Now, I'm going to say something. You guys already know this. We are building the Golden Dome. We don't know how far away they are. Neither does our enemy, which is why they're scared shitless. If we decide to go on a full-on war, what do we need? Somebody tell me in the chat. What do we need for our enemies to really have zero doubt that we are 100% serious about stopping these guys? What do you think we need in our government? Anybody give me an idea? Maybe the question is not posed right. But you know what? Let me just tell you, since I'm the host on the channel. I believe that we need a very strong Congress. Yeah, cutting edge. I agree. This is why we don't do anything against North Korea. But if they were to attack us, we will obliterate them. Fact. These nuclear weapons will take some time to get to the United States of America. The Golden Dome is being built for this particular aerial assaults. Now, while it may not be guaranteed that it will be a successful thing, I doubt that Pakistan is going to be that stupid. Nonetheless, ground troops, we might have to. But I'm going to tell you right now, the only reason our enemies are not truly taking us serious is because they know Congress don't have balls to do what they have to do. And we need to declare war. Now, this is just me. I'm getting way ahead of everything, but I believe that we should declare a full-on war so that these guys will take us seriously. That's what I believe anyway. Let me go ahead and switch gears here, and let me go ahead and give you a little quick update on the leftist hero from New York. You know who he is. He needs no introduction. He is the master of keeping budgets under control and making sure that the people have all the information that they need in order to believe him. You know who I'm talking about. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and listen to Senor Mamdani, who supports illegal immigrants in New York. Here we go.
To increase revenue, to support our city's growth, we will tax the rich. Make no mistake, this is the kind of progress that arrives too rarely. The new pied-à-terre tax applies to non-resident New Yorkers who own a second home worth more than $5 million. It will generate $500 million in annual revenue. We partnered with Albany, securing billions in new funding and reversing many of the cost burdens that Andrew Cuomo shifted to the city over his decade as governor. And we taxed the rich, asking those with the most to contribute a little bit more to support those with the least.
And that's New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani unveiling the city's $124 billion budget for fiscal year 2027. The plan includes the controversial $500 million pied-à-terre tax on secondary homes that are worth more than $5 million. This despite a recent report from the city comptroller, who said that it's going to bring in $380 million, not $500 million. Joining me now is the former chief of department of the NYPD, John Schell, back with me. John, it's great to see you.
How are you?
Thank you so much for being here. And let me just get out off the bat here that you recently announced your campaign to run for the city's mayor for the 2029 mayoral race. So what is your response to the mayor's budget?
Well, the budget is nothing more than a three-card mandami. Okay, it's a bailout by the governor because she needs his base for her election. This budget kicks costs down the road. Even the tax on the wealthy for the second homes, he says $500 million. Our own controller says 380. That's 120 million short. So it's nothing but gimmicks. It's kicking the can down the road. We're going to have to pay for it. And the $400 billion bailout from the governor, that money wasn't free. That money could have been earmarked for you name it. Police, technology, children, whatever you want to call it. This is not free. This is a gimmick budget. And we're going to be paying for it next year. We can't sustain this.
So, I mean, he got a video going, and he went and he stood right in front of Ken Griffin's apartment, and he said, we're going to tax the rich. I mean, to stand in front of someone's apartment and actually call someone out, isn't that a massive security risk? How does Mamdani not know that?
Because he's an amateur, and whatever comes person or if it's his idea, he should just apologize to Mr. Griffin and move on. But now Mr. Griffin, whose company pays about $1 billion a year in taxes to the city, is moving his business to Florida. You think that's a success? That hurts New Yorkers. We need that revenue stream because the revenue is still pretty good in the city, but costs are outweighing revenue, and we can't sustain this. We can't sustain the free stuff anymore.
Now, the city lost a net 114,000 residents to other parts of the United States in 2025. But you've been at the NYPD for a long time before announcing your retirement. You've seen the impact of donors. So when you have lots of rich people who, support the arts, support the hospitals, support the schools, when they leave and take their money with them, what's the impact?
Well, at the 1% of the taxpayers, they pay about 45% of the tax. So when one leaves, it hurts. It takes away what he just mentioned, the revenue stream. They go 1%, pay 45%. Every time we lose one of them, revenue stops, and it affects services in the city. Let's say public safety. If you can't be safe, you don't have a city. So this is a cascading effect. And we can have all TikTok videos and word salad, and the socialists today are doing somersaults that he balanced the budget. No, Mayor Hochul balanced the budget because she bailed us out.
And she has been saying recently, I'm not going along with these higher taxes. Talking about exit tax, talking about the pied-à-terre tax. Do you think she completely reverses course and goes along with all his ideas after November?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. But she's acting like our mayor, right? Okay, but we will see. But he did not get his big ticket items. She didn't raise corporate taxes. She didn't raise personal taxes on the billionaires. The buses aren't free. The free markets aren't coming around ever. So a lot of things he's mentioned have already failed.
And then there's the Israel conversation. John, anti-Israel protests, once again, erupting across New York City. Protesters were seen clashing with police outside of a Brooklyn synagogue. Some even were waving Hezbollah flags. Police response involved a new law allowing for barricades around houses of worship. But supporters of Mayor Mamdani pushed for harsher punishments against officers, against the police who cooperate with federal immigration agents. I mean, what's the tension now in the NYPD, would you say, with regard to ICE?
Well, sanctuary city status, they don't know what to define cooperation. Cooperating is not protecting. So when the police department shows up at an ICE event, if you will, and there's protesters, their job is simple: protect and serve. They're going to protect ICE agents. They're going to protect protesters. They're going to protect just people going to work. That's not cooperation. That's doing your job, protecting and serving. So they have no idea what they're talking about in that vein. And in terms of the protests, you want to solve the protest problem in the city? Okay. Make a law that says you cannot wear masks during a protest. Kathy Hochul tried to do that, but she got slowed down. And number two, if you commit a crime during a protest, let's call it a misdemeanor, punishable up to a year in jail. You start putting people in jail for a couple of weeks and take their masks off, we're never going to see this ever again. But you got to have the chutzpah to want to do it and leave the politics out of it.
What's NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch thinking with all of them? She responded to the concern, saying that city officers do not work with ICE agents to aid in immigration efforts. But what is she saying in terms of all of this talk over Mamdani and his policies?
Well, listen, she's doing her job. The police department is still heading in the right direction. In terms of ICE, we're not allowed by law to coordinate with their activities. But again, coordinating with their activities and responding to an incident and protecting them and the protests, like I said, are two separate things. You can't conflate the two. So we have elected officials that say the police department in no way, shape, or form should help ICE do anything. So let me get this straight. If a couple ICE agents get overrun by 100 protesters and can't protect themselves, by what you're saying is that we should stand by and let them get seriously hurt. Listen to the words of these people. They're out of their minds.
Unbelievable.
It's all politics. It's all nonsense.
I want to get to your campaign in a second, but let me get your assessment of where we are in terms of security in the city today. Because the other day, in my old neighborhood in Brooklyn, I know somebody who he was broken into. He came down with a gun. He followed the guys out. The guys left, and then they went and they robbed another house. And apparently there are these gangs coming from New Jersey. Give us the state of affairs in terms of gangs in the city and security right now.
Well, gangs are a huge problem for New York City. Let's take violence. Shootings are really down, right? That's a good thing. But still, 67% of shootings have a gang nexus. So and it's a youth problem also. New York City doesn't have a youth plan. Okay, that's number one. In terms of gangs coming from New Jersey, yes, there are New Jersey kids that come over to Brooklyn, Staten Island, Queens, and they look to break into your home, steal your car keys, and take your high-end car.
So they're looking for your car keys on your counter. They look in the window for the keys because they want to steal the car.
Well, like my wife does. She leaves her keys on the counter, and they look to the window, and like most people, they come home, they throw the keys where they throw the keys. They're looking to grab those keys to take your car, to take it to Jersey, to ship it out of the country and make money. Wow. That's the scam.
So that's what they're doing right now.
That's what they're doing.
You recently launched this campaign for New York City Mayor. John, how are you going to be heard? What do you need to do to really scale this up? I know that you've enjoyed watching Spencer Pratt in Los Angeles. And I've got to tell you, I mean, I can't believe what's going on in Los Angeles right now, where you're actually seeing real support for a Republican. And you tweeted out, I'm a registered independent. No party, no labels, right down the middle. To me, it's simple. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I won't be controlled. I don't subscribe to the status quo or political norms. That's part of how we got here. It reminds me of Spencer Pratt. And here is Spencer Pratt just recently. Watch this. He joined me on this program.
For the last 14 months, anybody that's been following the Palisades fire knows that I'm the one that's uncovered the criminal negligence by our mayor, Karen Bass. And once you've experienced total loss with your own family, with your parents, 12 of your neighbors burn alive, 7,000 of your neighbors' houses burn down, it changes your entire life. So I didn't have a choice to run for mayor. We cannot have 4 more years of this person, Karen Bass, and we definitely cannot risk Los Angeles having 4 years of a Democratic socialist mayor.
Now, he could actually take it. He could take Los Angeles, but he's a celebrity, right? I mean, he was on TV all the time. People know his name. How are you going to stand out and get that name recognition?
Well, by doing shows like today, and thank you. People know me in the city by virtue of I led 50,000 people in the police department on a daily basis. So getting that word out, speaking truth of what's really going on. It's very disingenuous when the Democrats or elected officials talk. It was like we're dumb, like we don't know what's going on. We do. Just speak to that. Be fair about it. Keep yourself out there, social media, and speak on the tabletop issues. I'm talking to the middle of New York City who are at that kitchen table every day. That what they want to talk, what affects them. That's what I'm going to do.
Do you think, real quick, do you think that middle is an independent group, or is it largely liberal like California?
You know, I think it's mostly in the middle. I think back in the day, a little Democrat conservative, Republican conservative in the middle. We got to talk Tip O'Neill, Bill Clinton.
Exactly.
Let's talk. Let's come to some middle ground. Not the fringe, the 15% on both sides.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to them because you're never going to convince them.
John,
I'm going to
I'm okay with people questioning. You should question everything that's happening. But let's be honest. This attack on the you have to understand something, okay? Number one, I love Israel, 100%. My love with Israel, and specifically, if you haven't seen my last short video, Israel has been there for us more than any other country. Israel is truly an ally and a friend. And I was most excited with President Trump talking with Qatar, with the Saudi prince, with, the Middle East countries, with the whole Abraham Accords, etc. I think all that is great. Now, I'm going to point out to you guys right now, for all of the people that come in here and they hate Israel, but they love Hamas and they love Iran's Muslim regime, you guys are stupid. You guys are the dumbest SOBs that I can think of right now. You guys are morons or idiots. That there's no other word that I can use. As I'm insulting people who have mental disabilities when I address you guys as retards. So I apologize to people that have mental disabilities like that. But these people, you guys are retarded. You guys support terrorists. You support criminals. We support law-abiding citizens. We support those friends who fight for us. We're not going to support people that hate us. We're not going to support people that says death to America. What the hell is wrong with you? If you are American, I know that is not you saying this. I will assume that everybody that comes in here and talks with anti-Semitism to Israel, and all of a sudden you guys are the same people who support Hamas, all these crazy-ass Palestinians, and all those other crazy Muslims throughout the world, because it's not just one. They are going around the world for a reason, and you just don't see the truth. I love Israel. I do not love Hamas. Free Palestine from Hamas. Free Iranians from the Iranian regime. I will say the biggest mistake that I hear on this little communicating points from President Trump is that we keep hearing that There is no Air Force, no Navy from President Trump that would destroy it. This is the intel that he's getting. Now, I don't blame him for saying it because this is what he's getting. But the fact that now there is some planes that might be hidden, in Pakistan, something needs to be done about that. And Sandra mentioned that we got to go do some precision strikes on Pakistan. So I'm sure, guys, that, Secretary Hegseth and Raising Cane, General Raising Cane, they're already working on something about this. We need some intel, we need some verifications, and then we need to send out a warning message and say, if this is what we found, no, we have found this. Concrete, fact, it's proof. We found out that you're doing this. Are you going to continue to do this? Because if you are, we're going to have to take them out in your Pakistani country. If they deny it, we'll give the benefit of doubt, but we still need to do something about it. We need to bring it up and say, listen, we got facts. We got proof that this is actually happening in Pakistan. They are actually hiding fighter jets in Pakistan from Iran. Now, I'm going to say this. All these people, all these people that are around the missiles in Iran that are out there cheering, we should do a precision strike right there. Take out all these infidels. You like that? That's their word. Let's take out all these infidels all at once with their missiles. It will be a beautiful set of fireworks going on in Iran. And that way we can say, shut the hell up. I find that very interesting. Now, with that being said, let me get back to New York. Mamdani has been awakening this Muslim violence in New York. Here you go. Chris Smith. Fantastic timing. Chris Smith says, wow, lower prices. Tell me, where is the free buses in New York? Tell me, where is the free groceries in New York? Where is the free subways? Where is the non-killing in the subways in New York? Go ahead, genius. Tell me, why is it that socialist Democrats have multiplied their homeless issues and have spent more money than they did before they even had this issue? Tell me, genius, why is it that California spends over $300 billion a year and they are still a shitty-ass state for affordability? Tell me, genius, why is it that hundreds of thousands of jobs are leaving California? Tell me that, genius. Give me that, big roost. Go ahead, give me the facts. Tell me, why is it that socialist Democrats, incompetent ass government, spends billions and billions of dollars on the educational system and your kids are stupider than 2 generations behind? Man, I love that. But you know what I love best? Our new DHS, Mark Wayne the Rock Mullen. That's right. Eat your hearts out. We are going to watch live as Chief honors ICE officers during Police Week ceremony. Now, I know Mr. Mamdani, it's against American citizens, as he so eloquently put. New York is a state of illegal immigrants, supported by illegal immigrants, and now ran by a fake citizen who is also an immigrant, who has faith on the Muslim Sharia law and not the American law. Let's keep that clear. Let that sink in there and see if you can make some sense of what I just said. Because apparently you morons on the left who are against us don't do your homework. Or you are just part of the problem and you just don't give a shit. In which thing, I'm still right. I'm still telling you the truth. It is what it is. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead and start it. Let's chill. Let's say, hey, Michael Montoya, I am an alpha. This is why I raised my voice.
Is there a way to turn the teleprompter off? 'Cause, guys, first of all,
hold on, Mr. Mullen. Michael Montoya, you are a birder. Sorry, I had to get that out.
Thank you for this opportunity. Using the word honorable in front of my name makes most people laugh that actually know me, especially my family. We're here to celebrate. The ultimate. Thank you. We're here to celebrate the ultimate sacrifice that law enforcement agents have paid on our behalf, right? And it's always tough to speak at these because it's a memorial service to some degree, but it's actually a celebration of life. Because I've said this a lot, and I'm going to continue to say it, that there is no better example of love than when someone actually lays down their life for you. And there isn't a single law enforcement male or female agent or officer out there that isn't willing to pay the ultimate sacrifice for people they don't even know. And this is a prime example of that. And there isn't one single law enforcement agent or officer out there that doesn't have family that loves them. And their family loves them as much as my family loves myself, and every agent out there has people that are praying for them every time they walk out of the house, and they want them to come home, but they also know that the duty that they swore to do was to make sure that everybody else gets home first. And that's wonderful. I mean, if you think about that, it's wonderful because they're willing to pay the extra sacrifice for us to be safe. And yet, for some reason, ICE has been demonized. And I walked in as Secretary of DHS, but also walked into an agency that 18 months ago, most American people didn't even know about. And all they knew that you guys might exist, but they really didn't know because you wasn't on the TV all the time. And I know morale has taken an absolute tank. And I hate it because our attitude reflects everyday sacrifice that we get to truly show the American people, because we have the greatest gift in the world. We get to protect the homeland. As a whole, we get to protect the homeland. And we all know that we've decided to sign up for something that we're willing to truly pay the ultimate sacrifice for, because we truly love our job. I love what I get to do. I love the opportunity that I get to represent such an awesome agency that is tasked to take care of literally the worst of the worst. I love that. I get this opportunity. I hate that I'm not going to be able to work with Todd. I give him a hard time because he's a short timer. He's leaving us. But I would love the opportunity to work with you. And I look forward to working with everybody here too. I wake up every single morning and I say, love the people, love the call. I pray for your families. I pray for you. And the biggest thing that I want to change is to bring pride back in your step every day. When you get up and you put on that badge, or you get up and you come to work in these offices, that you feel like you're making a difference, because you are. You are. I promise you, you're making a difference. Every day you get up and you take somebody off the streets that shouldn't be there, you're making a difference. Every day I get up, I'm still smiling, but I'm also choosing the attitude I have when I start. I get what the media says. I could give a rip about that. I get what they say about on social media. I don't read it. I just assume everybody loves me. My wife goes, oh, bless your heart. But I don't care, because what I get to do, because I chose to do it, and what you get to do because you chose to do it, is make a difference. And we get to decide how we're going to address that every day, how we're going to face that pressure that's coming in. If we want to listen to all the noise that's coming from the outside to try to distract us from doing our job, it can affect you. And I don't walk away from the fact that I stand here as a Christian in front of you. I do want to admit that I'm a very flawed Christian. I'm not perfect. But my life changed when I got saved when I was 20 years old. Until then, my dad said I was more likely to go to prison than I was to be successful. Truth is, I probably was going down that path. I watched this little movie called American History X that really changed my life, and I thought I'm never going to prison after that one. But I wasn't walking down the path that I should have been walking down until I realized there was something bigger than myself. And it's when I dedicated my life to the Lord, but yet I still stand in front of you as a very imperfect person, but also believe in the Word too. And if you believe in the Word, then you'll believe in Philippians 4:13 is what everybody always quotes, and it says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And I bet you there's somebody in this room that's got that tattooed on you. And I guarantee you, if you go to most of your officers, there's going to be somebody in the briefing room that's got that tattooed on them. And it's like a rally cry, right? I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. But if you actually get into Philippians 4, it's Paul talking about choosing an attitude. He has chose to have a good attitude no matter what he's going through. He's chose to decide, even if I'm locked up, because I know what it's like to be locked up and be beaten, I can still choose to know that I'm on the right path where the Lord wants me to go. He says, I know what it's like to be free. I know what it's like to be hungry. I know what it's like to want. I know what it's like to be thirsty. And I know what it's like to have plenty to drink. So I've dealt with every situation, and I've come to the conclusion that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And if any agency needs to hear that, it's ICE. No matter what the media wants to say, I know you're doing your job every day. And I want you to know I am proud to be part of it. I take it with tremendous pride, and I'm willing to stand beside you and stand in front of you and defend you every single day. And I mean this sincerely when I say this. I love you guys. I love your families. And I'm still going to get up every single morning and I'm going to pray for you. And how I keep my attitude straight is I say this over and over again. I remind myself, love the people, love the call. You have to love your call or you wouldn't be here. And you do have a love for the people because you're getting the worst of the worst off the streets and you're protecting those that just want to go out and walk their streets and be safe. And you're giving them that opportunity one street at a time. May God bless you. May God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Secretary Mullen, Director Lyons, and Deputy Director Wall for being here to honor our fallen heroes. Now, as a symbol of our everlasting memory and the respect that we hold for our fallen officers, we will conduct a roll call of our heroes.
Edward Billings Webb.
Joseph Sitter. Gerardo Pescara.
C.N. Titcomb.
Arthur M. Beeman.
Arnold W. Gilbert.
Daniel A. Romberger.
Loy C. Henry.
John Fassett.
Anthony Koza.
George E. Spencer.
Frank E. Chafin.
George D. Joyce.
George M. Bacon.
Benjamin Burt Stone.
John Salenthan.
Timothy M. Oroyden.
William Henry Phillips.
Lewis David Dixon.
Charles J. Bokinski.
Albert Feld.
Joseph Monahan.
William Haley.
Renaud R. Behe.
George William Singleton.
John M. Lacey.
Michael J. Reimers.
Dennis L. Van Patten.
Roger L. von Amelungsen.
George J. Spencer.
James Bernard Fuller.
Morley Lester Miller.
John Edwin Hollingsworth.
Glenn Robert Miles Sr.
James Darrell Taylor.
David Louis Crater.
George Reyes Sands.
Alan John Klump.
Carl Richard Talafus.
David Edmund Deloach.
Claude Arthur Medeiros.
Paul Douglas Ice.
Anthony S. Minetto.
Manuel Zurita VII.
Juan Gilberto Reyes Oriana.
Gary Paul Friedley.
Pedro J. Rodriguez Franco.
Tommy Kwok Chin.
Lorenzo Roberto Gomez.
David Gray Wilhelm.
Jaime Jorge Zapata.
Edward J. Smith.
Robert T. Williams.
J. Scott McGuire.
Brian P. Beliso.
Thomas Michael Wischerth.
Timothy A. Ensley.
Dennis P. McCarthy.
Ronald R. Phillips.
Juan Rojas.
Danny K. Loeffner, Jr.
Louis H. Aguirre.
Bradley J. Harris.
James Dale Holdman, Jr.
Ronald Mason Hunter, Jr.
Miguel A. Ortiz.
Roberto C. Cantu.
Olympia J. Turner.
Bradley K. Cam.
Rosa E. Vasquez.
David Mize.
William Hayes.
Brian Wayne Turner.
Peter Christopher Egan.
Rachel Vielmus.
Robert Castiglione, Jr.
Joseph S. Love.
Let us now bow our heads in prayer. Gracious God, as we depart from this place of remembrance, may the memory of our fallen heroes remain forever present in our hearts. May we never take leave and take for granted the sacrifices and the values that they upheld. Grant us the strength to carry on in their mission and the courage and dedication that is needed. Bless and protect those who continue to serve in ICE and all who wear the badge in service of others. May peace surround us, may hope guide us, and may the love of God bind us together as one. Let us go now in peace, and may the light of the sacrifice continue to shine in our hearts forever. Amen.
I want to take this opportunity to recognize the members of our workforce who joined us here today. Your commitment to honoring our fallen is clear. Thank you for joining us to reflect on the enormous sacrifices our colleagues and their families have made. Please stand for the departure of the colors, the official party, and the fallen officer and agent's loved ones. This concludes today's ceremony. Please wait for an usher to dismiss your robe before exiting the room. Thank you.
Whew, man, if there is something that can shut me up, would always be that, honoring our fallen heroes. You know, I know that these are police officers, ICE agents, federal agents, but I feel the same sadness as when we remember our fallen soldiers, you know, whether it be Army, Air Force, Marines, and Navy, etc. It's something that, you know, we kind of put in the back of our mind so that we can continue to fight forward and continue to talk with others and, you know, so that we can continue life. But we do, it's sort of like the Passover for the Jews, you know, with the Hebrews, what they had to go through. It's sort of a bitter swallow, so to speak. And once in a while, we need to remember that so that we can remember that pain, so that we can remember that bitterness, that empty void, that empty feeling. Once in a while, I know this sounds crazy, but once in a while we have to remember. Otherwise, we'll make mistakes like we did in New York. 9/11, 2001, we said we'll never forget. We will never forget all Muslim nations celebrating the downfall of America, they said. And now we got Muslims in government pushing for Sharia law. We failed. We forgot. We have a Muslim mayor in New York. They forgot. And what an insult to all of Americans and migrants that came in and built this country. To forget who wants to destroy us. Throughout history, our fight has been against them. Who forgot? Who doesn't remember the atrocities that this satanical religion has done to the people? Who in their right mind actually says, I want to be a Muslim today? Who in their right mind thinks that they should be in Congress? Who in their right mind thinks that they should be governors and mayors of our cities and states? It destroys me. It breaks my heart. And these stupid people, they think we're racist. Religion is not a race. I'm glad that we have ceremonials like this. You would think, oh, look at this idiot. What a boring podcast. Who the hell sits there and say nothing? You may not feel for the fallen. It's crazy. I can't describe it to you. They're not related to me. None of them. They're not my friends. None of them. I've never met them. Any of them. And yet I feel the pain. I feel the sorrow. The heaviness. And the bitterness of their loss. During Memorial Day, you may not feel this, but when I see countless American flags from our fallen heroes, from our servants, our beautiful, wonderful warriors, young and old, what officers? Nobody died. No officer died on January 6th. But an innocent woman did. Do you feel bad for that? Do you feel the pain for that? These guys on the left are so misinformed. They think that we don't know the facts. They think that we don't know what's going on around us. As if they forgot that ABC edited the audio and video to make Trump look like a traitor to our nation. And every single body on the left believed that lie. You should be ashamed of yourself. Anyway, if you guys are un-American, I don't care. I know all the veterans and all the people that are on my chat as members and subscribers. You guys know what America stands for. See, all these trolls that come in here, they come in here defending a leftist mentality, a leftist rhetoric, a hateful rhetoric, and they think that when we're trying to correct them, they think that we're being hypocrites and liars. That's not what we're doing. Tell me, compare all the scams, the frauds, the liars, the unconstitutional liars and the incompetence of government. Who's the most popular losers and traitors to our country, Republicans or Democrats? It is the socialist Democrats. There is no doubt. We stand for America first. They stand for illegal immigrants. We want to be able to afford free health care for every single American citizens, but they use all of our money on illegal immigrants. Think about this. $42,000 per student in New York a year. $42,000 a year it's spent per student in New York. How many of you want to guess how many of those students are illegal? Sons of illegal immigrants. Not only that, but they are dumber and dumber each year in school. That tells me that we have a red flag, that there might be some fraud going on. See, we're not stupid. See, I understand the idea of taxes. Absolutely, 100%. But I also understand that anybody running government should be held accountable for the budget that they maintain. Over $12 billion here in Washington State unaccounted for. Should I just be okay with that? Should I just be okay and say, oh, $12 billion unaccounted for? NGOs, we don't know where the money went. Okay, it's Trump's fault. Tell me if I should stay shut up or if I should say something. Tell me, how is it President Trump's fault that you don't know how to run your budget? I learned cursive in second grade. And I don't write in cursive anymore. I thought it would make my handwriting better, but it didn't. It's still ugly. And I can still write in cursive somewhat. I haven't tried, so I don't even know if I can, but I'm sure I can. So when I see fraud, should I just stay quiet and say nothing and just blame Trump? Should I stay quiet when I see that our government here in Washington State is violating, raping our Washington State Constitution? Should I stay quiet when they take away our voting rights, which they have? Should I stay quiet when they weaponize the Supreme Court against us, the people? Should I stay quiet for that? Should I stay quiet when they're charging us all this money for some bullshit climate change, which they used to call global warming? Oh, no shit, Sherlock, we're still melting from the last ice age. Should we stay quiet? Should we stay quiet when we're seeing them wasting billions of dollars that could make a difference for housing affordability? That's right, Jason. These guys are so stupid left. I don't understand. Define socialism. Oh my God, dude. As if we haven't covered that, by the way, all the time on my channel. I bet you he don't even know who Professor Wolf is. As a socialist libtard that he is, he probably doesn't even know who Professor Wolf is. But you know what, my patriots? I also love my Vice President, J.D. Vance. And I just so happen to have his live speech ready for us to listen. So without further ado, man, God bless you, Americans. All you American patriots, man, God bless you. I love you all. I really admire the American people who hold American values and don't give a rat's ass about who says negative things about us that don't even belong in our country.
Good afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Good. Good to see you all. So as you know, the president just landed in China a few hours ago. I always, you may know that because of Secret Service protocols that I don't travel outside of the country with the President of the United States. So on days today, I sometimes feel like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone. I walk into the White House and it's very quiet and no one's there, and it takes me a second to realize exactly what's going on. But we've got a very big announcement today, actually a number of big announcements, and looking forward to hearing from Andrew and Dr. Oz and Kim about that. But let me just say that we've been hard at work over the last several months trying to make sure that we take care of the people's money and trying to make sure that the services that exist for the betterment of our fellow citizens, whether they're low-income kids who need access to food resources, whether they're low-income families who need access to medical benefits, that those programs are protected for the people who actually need them, that they don't exist to enrich fraudsters, but they exist for the American people for whom Congress has said they're entitled. And that's exactly what this fraud task force is about. One of the things that I thought going into it, but that I've learned about fraud, is that it always has two fundamental victims. The first victim is the American taxpayer, who is generously paid into these programs in an effort to give their fellow citizens a leg up. But it also has as its victims the people who are meant to benefit from these programs, who are not able to benefit, or maybe are benefiting less because of what a disaster some of the fraud has wrought in these programs. And let me just give you a few concrete examples of what we're worried about, of what we're targeting, and also what we're going to do to solve some of these problems. So first, we're announcing that the federal government is deferring $1.3 billion in Medicaid reimbursements from the state of California. And the simple reason is because the state of California has not taken fraud very seriously, and because of that, we see a lot of the consequences that I just referenced. And again, let me highlight the fact that this really is two separate victims. So there are California taxpayers and American taxpayers who are being defrauded because California isn't taking its program seriously. But also you have people who've been prescribed medications that they don't even need. Sometimes they've had drugs put into their bodies that they don't need because fraudsters have actually encouraged false prescriptions and false administration of medications. So think about this. You're just a person trying to go see a doctor. You assume that your doctor is doing the right thing, but these fraudulent healthcare providers are getting rich by giving people medications they don't even need. It's a defrauding of the American taxpayer, but it's a violation of the trust that should exist between every American and the people who prescribe the medications. That's one thing that we're targeting, and this is why we're taking this action, is because we want California to get serious about this fraud. The second thing I want to talk about, and it requires a little bit of background explanation, is that we are going to very aggressively encourage the states to take Medicare fraud more seriously. So I think a lot of you understand, but for those of you watching at home who don't appreciate this, the Medicaid system that exists in the United States is really 50 separate systems. The federal government pays most of the Medicaid money, but then each of the individual states actually administers the Medicaid program. Now, we have red states and blue states that go after fraud aggressively, but we also unfortunately have some states, mostly blue states unfortunately, that do not take Medicaid fraud very seriously. So you have what's called Medicaid Fraud Control Units, or MFCUs. These Medicaid fraud, these anti-fraud units within the Medicaid program, we generously, meaning the federal government generously gives these fraud control units many, many billions of dollars across the United States of America so that they can take Medicaid fraud seriously. But let me just give you an example to highlight how absurd some of these Medicaid fraud programs are, because they're not actually being used at all. This is a tool. This is a tool that we want the states to use, but unfortunately, a lot of states aren't using these tools at all. Let me highlight this with just a couple of separate statistics. So, the Hawaii Medicaid program has received billions and billions of dollars from the federal taxpayers. And of course, Hawaii taxpayers have paid in a lot of money into this program over the last years as well. Guess how many convictions or indictments has Hawaii had over the last few years in its Medicaid fraud program? The answer is 0. Not a single indictment, not a single conviction, because the administrators of the Hawaii program just don't take it seriously. They don't think that fraud is a big enough problem. They don't care about protecting resources. They don't care about protecting that Medicaid program. So what does that mean? That means that if you're committing fraud in Medicaid in Hawaii, at least up until now, hopefully now they're going to take it seriously, you have had effectively free reign from the government of Hawaii to commit as much fraud as you want. That is a complete disgrace. In New York, which does a little bit better, but not by much, New York has had 9 indictments over the last year. 9 indictments. That's a $100 billion Medicaid program just in New York, and you've had 9 indictments. Indiana, which has about a third of the population of the state of New York, has had more than 4 times as many indictments over the same period. So does anybody here seriously think that the good people of Indiana are 12 times more likely to commit fraud than the people of New York? No, of course not. That's absurd. What is happening is that the leadership in New York are just not taking the fraud issue seriously. They're not using these anti-fraud control units to actually investigate and indict the fraud. So what are we going to do to fix that? Today, we are sending across 50 Medicaid programs, we are sending letters that will require them to show that they are effectively and aggressively prosecuting Medicaid fraud in their states. And if they do not aggressively prosecute Medicaid fraud, we are going to turn off the money that goes to these anti-fraud units. And I want to say a couple things about this. You may think, obviously, this is a Republican administration. We're all proud Republicans up here. You may think that this is purely a red state or blue state issue. That's actually not true. We see Medicaid fraud issues in Ohio, the state that I used to represent in the United States Senate. We also see Medicaid fraud issues in a state like Maryland, which is obviously a very blue state. But both Ohio and Maryland have worked with us to take this issue seriously. They've worked with the guys behind me. They've worked with our entire team to make sure that they take fraud seriously. Again, this does not have to be a red state or a blue state issue. This is just basic good government. However, states like California, states like Hawaii, states like New York have completely not taken the fraud issue seriously in the Medicaid program. And so for those states that refuse to get serious about fraud, we are going to turn off that anti-fraud money. And if we continue to find problems, we can turn off other resources within their state Medicaid programs as well. Our goal here is not to do that. We don't want to turn off any money. What we want to do is ensure that people are taking fraud seriously. We want to protect Medicaid. We want to protect Medicare. But we can't do that if the states that are administering those programs are allowing those programs to be fleeced by fraudsters. So we encourage, whether it's California or New York or Maryland or Ohio, we encourage people to work with us. We want to help you use technology and other tools to get rid of the fraud, to get to the root of the fraud. We want to help you. But we can only help these state programs if those state programs are willing to help themselves. So these letters are the first step, the first effort to try to force these states to get serious about prosecuting fraud, and that's exactly what we're doing. Let me just talk about one final issue here. We see a lot of fraud in the home health care and in the hospice care system. I think Dr. Oz will probably talk a little bit more about that, but again, you have to appreciate that this fraud issue is fundamentally theft from the taxpayer, but also theft from people who need these programs. Just last month, a California psychotherapist, a woman who had spent 40 years treating patients, helping people deal with problems, found out that her Medicare program had been turned off, that she did not have access to the resources that she had been paying into for her entire life. Why? Because a fraudster had stolen her identity and signed her up for healthcare services that she didn't need, and so she had been turned off of the healthcare services that she did need. This happens way too much in the United States of America, and it happens because until recently, we did not have a government or an administration that actually took the fraud program and took anti-fraud prevention seriously. So let me just close with one final observation here. First of all, why are we doing this now? Why weren't we doing this 2 years ago? And the simple answer is because we didn't have a president and we didn't have an administration who took fraud seriously. So I want to thank the President of the United States, though I know he's busy in China. All of these efforts, all of these things that we're finding are because we have a president who has told us, take the fraud issue seriously, get to the root of it, and turn off the money when we find out that money is going to fraudsters. So that's exactly what we're doing. But I just want to say that for me, and I think for a lot of people who are involved in this effort, this is very personal. Because I'm not just the Vice President of the United States. I come from a family, and I grew up in a family where we sometimes benefited from these programs. The generosity of the American people is one of the most amazing things about our country. I think all of us, of course, just passed tax day. None of us like paying our taxes, but we do it. And why do we do it? Because we know that it goes to give a bite to a low-income family that can't afford food. We know that it goes to pay the military who keep us safe. We know that it goes to some essential services. But that trust in our government, that trust in our institution, it depends on us taking that trust seriously. How long are people going to pay into programs if they know that that money doesn't go to a low-income kid who needs health care, but that money goes into a fraudster getting rich? This doesn't work, and this doesn't make sense unless we take fraud seriously. So I'm proud to be part of an effort in our government. I'm proud to lead the effort in our government to finally take fraud seriously. We want to protect these programs for the kids and the families who need them. We want to ensure that the American taxpayer isn't getting fleeced. And I'd say just a few months into it, gentlemen, we have done a very, very good job. Let's keep it up. So let me turn it over now to Andrew Ferguson, who's the Executive Director of our Anti-Fraud Task Force. Andrew has done an amazing job, but I have to give a special shout out, not just because she's my fellow Ohioan, to Kim, who has probably found more fraud and has saved the American taxpayer more money than any single official within the government over the last 3 months. Kim, you have been an all-star. We're proud to have you on the team. Thank you, guys.
Well, I couldn't have put it better than the Vice President did. The only reason that what happened today happened is because President Donald Trump took this issue seriously that has plagued this country for decades and is committed to an all-of-government approach. And so to him is to who the credit goes. But the Vice President deserves tremendous credit here. It's hard to get the whole machinery of government moving. You need someone with the Vice President's abilities, with his gravitas, and with his determination to drive at these issues. That's the other reason we're here today. And while I'm at it, I want to thank Dr. Oz and Kim Brandt. A lot of the fraud problems are at HHS, and these two have committed countless hours, night and day, their staffs, their resources, to getting at these problems and fixing it. And where the states are unwilling to do their jobs and fix these problems, Dr. Oz and Kim have stepped up to take care of it. He's not up here today, but I want to thank March Bell as well. He's the Inspector General of HHS. A lot of the work we're going to have to do to get the states back in line and stopping fraud is going to go through March's office. You'll see his signature on the letter that went to the state Medicaid control units today. There's going to be a lot of work happening in the IG's office, and we're really pleased to partner with him. It's a shame we have to be up here at all, and with all due respect to the press, with this room full of reporters. It should not have taken a brave kid with a cell phone camera to point the American people at this issue. This is the result of decades of corruption, particularly in blue states like Hawaii, like the Vice President was just explaining, California, Minnesota, and New York, that have taken tens of billions of dollars to pay lawyers to go after Medicaid fraud that just simply have not done it at all. That's the whole point of these programs. If we have these cooperative federalism programs, we love federalism, we want to partner with states, we love subsidiarity, but if the states are going to participate in this, they have to protect their own citizens when they get access to these dollars. And not only are these dollars supposed to go to fight Medicaid fraud, I want to shine a light on the real human dimension of the complete negligence and malfeasance of some of these states here. One of the things they are obliged by law to do is stop elder abuse. That is one of the express commands that Medicaid fraud control units are given, is you are supposed to police Medicaid abuse and elder abuse in the Medicare system too, where so many of America's elderly citizens receive care. And so when the states just take this money and turn it into a jobs program for blue state lawyers, they are effectively participating in the elder abuse in those states, because the American people turned over their money to these state programs to protect their parents and their grandparents from elder abuse. And if you aren't doing it, you are effectively participating in that process. The Vice President highlighted this problem that we have in Medicaid, which is if a fraudster takes your identity, signs you up for benefits, when you go to try to get the actual benefits you need, you can be denied them. This is a problem we have found all over the federal government in benefits programs. I mean, imagine, we have examples of this. A mother on SNAP benefits going to the grocery store and trying to scan her EBT card to get groceries for her children, and some gang somewhere in California took her identity, maxed out her EBT card, and so her children are going to go hungry because of fraud that no one in the states is policing. And that is why what we are doing today is so important. The states should be our partners with this. We want to partner with the states, but what we aren't going to do as stewards of the American taxpayer dollar is to send those dollars, billions of them, to the states to line the pockets of state attorneys general who don't want to participate in protecting our benefits programs so that the people who really need them, the people that the American people have agreed to part with their hard-earned dollars to help, to defend, to protect, and to get through hard times, actually get the money. And if the states don't want to cooperate, for the first time, HHS, the Fraud Task Force, the Vice President, and the rest of the federal government are going to tell you, cooperate or lose your funds, and we will do the job for you. Because at the end of the day, if the states won't protect American citizens, the President of the United States and the Vice President will. And that is why I am so honored to be able to participate in this process, because this is ultimately about making sure not only that we aren't stolen from as taxpayers, but the American people who are entitled to this. For Medicaid and for Medicare, people who have paid into these programs their entire lives actually get the benefits that they are entitled to. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Oz to talk about all of the efforts at HHS.
Thank you, Andrew. Mr. Vice President, thank you for the leadership, the spirited desire to harness a group of stallions. They're back there, by the way, if you want to see the men and women who are leading the task force. They're at the back of the room, but they've done all the work that allowed us to come up here. In February, we had the largest anti-fraud announcement from CMS the day after the State of the Union address, in which the President created this task force and appointed the Vice President to lead it. Today's effort is larger. It's much larger. And there's a reason for that. Half of the fraud, we believe, in the federal government could be coming out of healthcare services. We're a large rhino that can be stabbed effortlessly by foreign governments, like syndicated criminal entities, and smaller time operators who can take advantage of the system with, as Andrew pointed out, as little as a Medicare beneficiary number, which is basically a credit card, to defraud this system. Unfortunately, that results in about $100 billion of estimated theft just from Medicare and Medicaid. That, just to put it in the context of affordability, which is a very important subtext of this discussion, we would be able to double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund if we could deal with the fraud issues just in Medicare. So anyone who's out there working their tail off, hoping Medicare will be there with them and for them, and we know many young Americans don't think that's going to be the case, it will be the case. If we take the fraud out, it'll be there for you and your children as well. And stopping this as a means of extending the Medicare Trust Fund is a noble purpose, but as has been pointed out by the Vice President and Mr. Ferguson, it is about the human costs. Because if these fraudsters are willing to take your money, they will definitely steal your life and take your health along the way. So let's transition to the 5 major actions. I'm going to go through them in order. I'll share them with Kim, who her nickname is Killer Kim. Mr. Vice President, you'll learn why in a second. She is unstoppable, and you want federal employees like Kim out there like bulldogs going after this fraud. It's right there for us to find. If we have partnership with the states, it'll help a lot. First,
we need a better nickname for her if she's going to work in healthcare.
She's a Buckeye. She's a Buckeye, so I gave her a choice. Is that a typical name in Ohio?
I don't know.
Okay. California Medicaid deferral that the Vice President mentioned is $1.34 billion. Their submissions of Medicare records in the backup estimates are generating major red flags for us. And we have looked carefully at these records. We are allowed to audit, looking back for a quarter. Dan Brillman, Capri-Snap, who lead the Medicaid program, spearheaded this effort with a great team. We've discovered $630 million in billing from the folks who are egregiously the top 5% of outliers in billing. This is numbers so big you can't imagine anyone billing for these numbers of patients, and that much for each patient. And so we're asking California to clarify for us how it got there. Second big area of observation is when you bill within a state, you should be comparable to the states around you. But in California, that's not been the case. In California, the growth of spending in personal care services, in-home services, is twice the rate of the average of the rest of the country. Let me say that again. The rest of the country is at one number. California is twice that number in its growth rate. We estimate there's $500 million that could be at risk taken from federal taxpayers. That means people in New Mexico, which is a blue state, are paying extra taxes so that California can get away with something that they can't defend. So there's $500 million there we're going to defer to. They can show us more convincingly why that's the case. And there's another $200 million that we're stopping in questionable expenditures. Much of that is linked to immigration-related costs. You know, folks who are undocumented, and we're not sure why we're paying for this. And as you know from the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, which I'm going to emphasize is a program that saved Medicaid. The President and Congress saved Medicaid with that bill. That became legislation. There's another $200 million at risk there. Added together, $1.34 billion. It's the largest deferral we've ever made. We're making it for a good reason. We'd like the state to at least come to the table and explain to us how these outlier payments have been generated. Second major issue is home health care fraud and hospice fraud. So let's just clear this up. Hospice, end of life, designed 40 years ago, a beautiful program that's designed to take care of you because you have cancer and you're not going to survive more than 6 months. To do that, the federal government says, we're going to trade your Medicare benefit for hospice benefit. So you give up Medicare, because why would you want to have coverage for things you're never going to use? You're dying. You want to die with dignity and grace. It's a beautiful program. Unfortunately, in California and other states, fraudsters have stolen your Medicare number, taken it, and given you hospice you didn't want, which means if you get sick and go to the ER, you're not getting care. And you can't even find out what happened because you weren't in the mix of this. There have been a lot of people complaining about this over the years, including people that should have been listened to, like the Auditor General of California, who in 2022 raised this issue to the current governor, and for some reason they have not taken action. Unfortunately, we have a reality that, again, we got to face. A third of all hospices, a third of all these programs in the entire country are in Los Angeles. Ask yourself, how is that possible? It's not. There are not that many people dying in Los Angeles. We're not talking about California, just Los Angeles. So Kim and the team, with Janina Ugo and a bunch of other great folks, went through the list of all the people, and we believe that at least half of the hospices in the entire area around Los Angeles are fraudulent. And today we announce 800 of those hospices have been suspended. That's getting us, close to where we think we should be. 800 hospices that last year charged the federal taxpayer $1.4 billion will no longer be paid. Now, Mr. Vice President, if your core business was shut down by the federal government, would you call?
Yes.
You would call. Crickets. We have less than 20 who have complained. We're not even sure those are legitimate. 800 hospices shut down, and we're not hearing much. It's crickets out there. So we believe we're on the right path here. Next is a nationwide moratorium on all new hospice and home health care. Why is that possible? Because when we squeeze the balloon in California and slow their growth of hospice and now take away 800 the payments to 800 hospices, we know what those fraudsters do. They move to nearby Nevada. Next door, Nevada has a 7-fold increase in hospice already. Arizona, Texas, they're moving across the country. So we've today announcing a moratorium nationally. There will be no new hospices or home health care open in this country. If you have the program now, you can keep it. You can go to ones that already exist. We're not taking away any services, but there will be no new ones, licenses granted until we can figure out a better way of working across government. Let me highlight this, because when Andrew, who's leading, and the Vice President are chairing this task force, it's very simple. You have CMS, you have OIG, March Bell sitting over there. You have the Department of Justice, you have the FBI, you have Treasury. You put those things together, you make a powerful fist. And that's the fist we're going to punch through bureaucracies and realities that are stopping our ability to protect the American people. I'm going to leave you with one last thought, and then I'm going to ask Kim to cover some of the issues around the Mufukos and the Medicaid war room that she's creating. It is a reality that states are all over the place in their desire to partner with the Vice President in this task force. There was a letter sent out 2 weeks ago asking every single state to respond within 10 days to whether or not they would be willing to revalidate their providers. What that means is if you're providing home health care services, which are unlicensed people, providing services in undocumented areas that are unverifiable right now in many instances, basically you're having your kids carry the groceries upstairs for you. These are services your family used to provide for you. We asked all the states to work with us to validate if these are legitimate services from legitimate providers. Every single state responded. So contrary to the narrative around red and blue, every state wants to protect their citizens. Some are just more competent or brave enough to actually make those steps. And for some reasons, as you heard today, California has been lax in this endeavor. We hope this wake-up call will be heard loudly across the beautiful state of California, whose people we're trying to protect, sometimes from their own leaders. Kim?
So when we took office a little over a year ago, we were looking at the fraud and abuse issue and saw that it was all pay and chase. We were going after the money after it was already out the door. And so we thought there surely has to be a better way. So we created the Medicare Fraud War Room, where we looked at claims in real time before they were paid so that we could determine, were they legitimate? Were there the outliers that we've heard examples of today? And how could we stop it? Over the past year, since the Medicare War Room started on March 31st of last year, we have stopped over $2 billion from going out the door just by targeting those high-risk providers. Recently, a couple of weeks ago, we've decided to take it a step further, and we're now doing a Medicaid War Room. And what's unique about this is it's the first time that we've ever partnered across the board with our law enforcement partners, the HHS OIG, DOJ, the states, the MFUCAs, the Medicare Fraud Control Units, all working together for the first time to look at Medicaid claims in real time and be able to determine how we can stop those payments from going out the door, to stop the instances of an 89-year-old woman who had over 5,000 skin substitutes, or to stop the types of things that are just really aberrantly ridiculous. So what we've done is we have data analysts, we have forensic auditors, we have law enforcement people, all coming together in a virtual room. It's not an actual room like you think of like on TV, but they're all in a virtual room where they are looking at this in real time and then making determinations about how we can shut those bad guys down and how we can take action. And what has happened is we are now using our administrative authorities, payment suspensions, overpayments, civil monetary penalties, and the HHS OIG exclusion authority to really be able to take action against these people and make it so that we can hopefully bring that money back where it needs to and never let it go out the door. The key is we want to keep it so that it can provide the services for the people who most need it and who most benefit from it and stop the bad actors from getting all the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. So, Dr. Oz, I want to make sure I understand this well. So you're saying that we kicked off 800 fraudulent healthcare providers off of the Medicare system, and not a single one of them called the government and said, hey, you made a mistake.
We've had a handful of calls. We're not sure they're legitimate yet, but it's less than 20 out of 800, and we're auditing them.
Unbelievable. So at least 780 are not even trying to claim that they're not fraudulent. And again, those are businesses that we were giving hundreds of millions, in some cases billions of dollars to, not to provide services, but to make a fraudster rich. It's just completely insane. Drives home the scale and scope of the problem. Okay, we'll take a few questions. I will say the ground rules are, I will take the easy questions. Any hard questions are for Dr. Oz. Yes.
With NBC News. I want to ask you first on the issue of fraud. As you're saying, if the administration is calling to specifically withhold Medicaid payments, why should the people who rely on those payments suffer the consequences for a state's failure to go after bad actors? And I have another question for you.
So I want to be clear here. We're talking about withholding the Medicaid fraud enforcement payments that go to the state bureaucrats. We're not talking about withholding people's benefits. We're talking about turning off the resources that the state government should be using to police fraud. And then instead, we're going to use those resources ourselves because we're actually taking the fraud issue very seriously. But I do think it raises a very important issue. There are going to be some, I'm sure, some politicians who say what you're doing here is harming the Medicaid program. We're trying to save the Medicaid program from dysfunctional state bureaucrats. If you allow hundreds of millions, billions, even more money to go out the door, not to healthcare services for low-income families, but to fraudsters, you eventually are going to destroy the Medicaid program. So this is why we say red state, blue state. This does not need to be a political or a partisan issue. We want to work with you to eliminate fraud and make these programs last longer for the people who truly need them.
Thank you. And can I ask you, Mr. Vice President, when approaching the war with Iran, do you agree with the president's position that Americans' financial situations should not be a consideration in that decision-making process?
Well, I don't think the president said that. I think that's a misrepresentation of what the president said. But look, I agree with the president that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We're obviously engaged in a very aggressive and very engaged diplomatic process to try to ensure that that doesn't happen. And the president has a lot of options, as he said repeatedly. There are options diplomatically, there are options on the military side, but the fundamental goal here is the president wants to make the world safe, but particularly the American people safe from Iran having a nuclear weapon. And one final point I'll say on that is nuclear proliferation is one of those challenges that people don't realize. It's the biggest threat to America's national security, and it's not obvious until it is. Because what happens if Iran gets a nuclear weapon? Then multiple Gulf Arab countries are going to want to get a nuclear weapon. Then multiple countries from there are going to want to get a nuclear weapon. The goal of preventing nuclear proliferation is probably the single most important thing that we can do to keep our people safe for the long term. It's absolutely a worthy goal. But of course, the president and I and the entire team, we care about the American people's financial situations. It's one of the reasons why we passed the Working Families Tax Cut. It's one of the reasons why we're so focused on fraud. We care about how the American people are doing economically. We've also got a number of other challenges. Of course, the president has to confront all these challenges simultaneously. Yeah.
Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. On fraud, the savings that you find among all of these states, what impact could that have on a federal deficit?
Well, I think it have a very big impact, but a lot of it does depend on how well the states work with us. We think we're going to be much more effective if we're working with California as opposed to fighting California over every $1 billion of Medicaid fraud that exists in their system. I mean, there could be tens of billions, hundreds of billions of fraudulent payments within the California system if you count what's going to illegal aliens, if you count what's going to people, fraudulent businesses, if you count what's not going to the people who actually need it, but going to fraudsters. We would find that money a lot easier if California was working with us, which is why we've taken some of these steps. I mean, the letters fundamentally are outreach. We're going to the states and saying, here are the things that we can do to work on this issue together. And of course, if they don't work with us, there are going to be penalties. We don't want to get there. We want to work with these guys. You heard Dr. Oz say this earlier. I've looked at the numbers myself. It's true. If you just deal with the fraud issue, you can prolong the Medicare and Medicaid trust funds well into the future. So it does have a significant budgetary impact, whether that's hundreds of billions of dollars or maybe even more. We're not going to know until we do the work, but we're going to do the work.
Yeah, if I could on China.
Let's do one question from each person. Go ahead. We can do both, you guys. You guys can fight for who goes first.
Sure. Mr. Vice President, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. What's your reaction to the alleged home health fraud in Ohio, and why do you think this is happening in a red state? And just a question of clarification. You mentioned that some states aren't cooperating. What does that look like? Are they not responding to your calls? Are they stonewalling you guys? If you could expand on that.
So I'll let Dr. Oz go into the details a little bit, but on the Ohio issue in particular, look, this happens everywhere. We're a big country, hundreds of billions of dollars goes out the door every single month from the federal government, and inevitably you're going to have people who try to take advantage of it. What bothers me is not that you have a few fraudsters out there, it's that the government hasn't taken seriously pushing it back. You're always going to have bad people. You're always going to have a few bad apples try to take advantage of the system. What's so unique about this country until recently is that we didn't take that seriously. We didn't try to push back against the fraud, and that's what's changed. When I talk about cooperating with these various states, and again, we've had some good cooperation with both red states and blue states, it's very context specific. But for example, let's say that we know we have a number of fraudulent Medicare or Medicaid providers. Working with the federal government to identify who those are, to kick them off the rolls so that when those companies, those fraudulent companies submit a reimbursement, they don't actually get any money in return. Now, sometimes the federal government has a better perspective on that, sometimes the states do, but that's one example of ensuring that local providers that are fraudulent are not able to get reimbursed or not able to get access to the resources. That's just one example. Dr. Oz, I'm sure you probably have 100 more in that brain of yours.
Very succinctly, Minnesota, which we announced the deferment there when the Vice President and I were in this room several months ago, sued us. And we're trying to get them to wake up to a problem. The amount that we deferred was a small percentage of their rainy day fund. They sued us and sought a temporary restraining order. That's not what a partner does. The judge did not give them a temporary restraining order. We're going to California now in part because we couldn't get them to respond on things that we think they should have taken proactive steps on. If they've been warned for at least 4 years by their own auditor general that there's a massive problem with hospice and they don't deal with it, it pollutes the entire ecosystem. It creates corruption that rots the foundation of who we are. So on the 19th of December, after it had gone through all the different processes, the State Department of Health in California was going to mandate by the first of the year that you cannot have more than one hospice per provider. This is a red flag issue. Why would a doctor need to have 20 hospices? You have one hospice, do it right. They do 20 hospices because they're taking bribes, they're selling their license and their soul. For reasons we don't understand, and I'd love to pose that right here to the state of California, someone very senior in their government pulled down that rule, never let it issue, and we never got help from them. That's why we went out the first week of January to say, what's going on here? And we find out that, as the Vice President mentioned, the Medicare Fraud Detection Unit sometimes are not being enabled to do their jobs. These are the kinds of behaviors that people take when they're trying to hide the ball. And the question I'd love to ask the media to opine amongst yourselves, we're debating it as a task force, is do the governors always feel that fraud in Medicaid is a flaw? Or are there sometimes some reasons why it might be a benefit? Might be a feature of the way they're running Medicaid. The same way we had to stop legalized money laundering through state-directed payments and provider taxes and the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, we are concerned that some governors see these programs as jobs programs, and their downstream impact of that resembles political patronage that we're very serious about.
Mr. Vice President, thank you so much. Leonardo Feldman with Newsweek. Can you tell me a little bit about, the president has been toying this idea of a joint ticket between you and Rubio. What do you think about that?
Oh, man. What I think is there are a few topics that I want to talk about less than what office I'm going to run for years down the road when I'm having a good time and trying to do good work in the job that the American people already elected me to do. Look, as I've answered this question probably in any number of ways. I love Marco. I think he's a great Secretary of State. He's become a very, very dear friend. But I think both of us are very much focused on accomplishing the American people's business right now. If I was the American people, there are a few things that I would hate more than a person who's barely been in one office for a year and a half, who's angling for a job 2.5 years down the road. Let's do a good job now. We just got to keep at it. Go ahead. Oh, God.
Just quick, I have a fraud question. This is Kit with CNN. It's not us who are bringing this up. A couple days ago, Trump made this statement to people in the Rose Garden. Why do you think he does that? Do you think it's a little bit of toying with you both over your succession? Why do you think he brings that up? Just number one.
Well, I just don't think it sounds like the President of the United States to have a televised competition for who would succeed him as his apprentice. I just think that's not at all what you would expect the President to do. But no, I think the president, he's always been fascinated by politics. If you talk to him, he was fascinated by politics 30 years before he ever ran for office. So I think it's natural for him to, joke around with us a little bit, to play around with the idea. But I can tell you the president is as focused as any of us on making sure we do as good of a job now for the American people.
What are you going to be announcing, and are you engaging in good faith with the governor there about efforts? She said that she responded to a CMS letter. Just curious if there's any back and forth between you both.
Yeah, there's been some back and forth. We'd love to have a better conversation, a better relationship, and work very deliberately on this question of fraud, and certainly have an open hand, have an open heart in this White House to working with anybody, including the governor of Maine. I'm not going to tell you everything I'm going to say tomorrow in Maine, because if I did that, why would I go to Maine tomorrow? But I'm looking forward to it. It's a beautiful time of year to be in the state of Maine. We're going to campaign a little bit with Paul LePage and talk about the fraud efforts that we have going on, and talk about a few other things as well. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, this is Elizabeth Mitchell with the Daily Signal. The Fraud Task Force and ICE identified more than 10,000 alleged cases of fraud in the optional practical training program. Some Republicans have been calling for this program to end in light of this. Is the Trump administration looking into changes to this program in light of the fraud?
Sorry, changes to which program in particular?
The optional practical training program.
Yeah, so we're looking into a lot of this stuff, and the fundamental question obviously is we want to save the American people money, but we're also trying to preserve programs that exist for the benefit of the American people. We're also trying to make sure that we do this in a way that's defensible, that's not going to get challenged in a court, or if it does get challenged in a court, where we can defend things. So, Dr. Oz, do you want to say anything about that particular program? We're looking at everything. I will tell you that once a week I get an update from Andrew and from the team on the number of things that we found in the anti-fraud task force, and it's kind of shocking. People, I go on the road and talk to, a lot of folks out there. I was in Iowa last week, and one of the most common questions I got was, is the anti-fraud thing, is it hard? And I'm almost confused by the question because unfortunately, there's so much fraud in the federal government. There was so much that we allowed to accumulate over the 4 years of the Biden administration, and frankly, probably over 40 years of bad American governance. There is so much fraud for us to go after. What we're trying to do is go after the highest value targets and the things that preserve these programs for the American people. Yes, sir.
Federalist. Thank you. You said that administrators they don't care or that they're neglectful with the funding, but does your team think that there are bureaucrats in federal or state governments who are actually complicit in helping fraudsters?
Well, we think it's possible, right? I don't want to prejudge these things, but we've certainly seen reports of, for example, Gavin Newsom in California or Tim Walz in Minnesota getting these reports that there were fraudulent activities happening in their states and then looking the other way. Whether that rises to the level of criminal conduct, I don't know, but we're certainly looking into it because as much as we care about protecting these programs, we also care about ensuring that federal and state officers aren't violating the law. And if they are violating the law, then of course we have to prosecute them. That's an important part of equal justice under law. So we're looking into this stuff, but I can't commit to it because unlike the last administration, we tend to only prosecute people when they've actually violated the law, not just because they have the wrong political affiliation. Yeah, go ahead.
Dead Americans on food stamps. Oh, I'll do this again. Dead Americans on food stamps, you mentioned the other day, 186,000 dead Americans, to your knowledge, are receiving food stamps. Are you confident that you can get that number down to zero?
Well, I want to be clear. I don't actually think 186,000 dead Americans are receiving food stamps because that would be impossible. I don't think that we have 186,000 ghosts walking into the grocery store and achieving benefits. I think that we have people who are claiming that they are getting food stamp benefits. They're using the identity of a dead person. So it's very much a living person. It's a living fraudster who's stealing the identity of a dead American. I just want to be very clear about that. But look, we know this is happening. We think that it's costing the American people hundreds of billions of dollars. By the way, another hidden cost of fraud is that it drives up the cost of goods for everybody. Because if you've got hundreds of billions of dollars chasing food that is going to dead Americans, living fraudsters, that's going to raise costs for everybody. So it actually is one of these things that has multiple victims, including the fact that it's driving up the cost of good for other Americans.
And on the
Yes,
China
all the way in
summit,
the back. No, sorry, man. You got two, I think. I really like your jacket, but still only one question. I'm going to stick to my rule here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Daniel Baldwin, One American News. You spoke a little bit about states cooperating, and that was a big theme the first time you and Dr. Oz came here and spoke to us about the Minnesota Medicare payments.
Sure.
You referenced Maryland as a blue state that's cooperating. You mentioned red states that were cooperating. Have you guys been successful in putting up any guardrails with states that have cooperated thus far, and what do those guardrails look like?
Well, the biggest guardrail is the one that we announced today, which is that if you have all of this money that's going for Medicare fraud prevention or Medicaid fraud prevention and you're not actually using it, we're going to take that money back and use it with our prosecutors and our investigators to ensure that we're actually looking at fraud. And then what that would do eventually is it would allow us to actually engage in some other enforcement actions. If they're not taking the anti-fraud stuff seriously, then there are some additional steps that we can take beyond that. I think the approach that we've tried to take really has been collaborative. We've tried to identify with the states, here are some examples of some very bad fraud. Here are some things that you can do to fix it. Here are some ways that we're willing to use our resources to help you. And again, most states have been pretty good. There have been a few, unfortunately, very large states that collect a lot of money in federal revenue. And I think a lot of us know why that is. You have political leadership that doesn't like the idea of cooperating with a Republican administration, even though it's a very common sense, good government principle. I think you have some people who know that a lot of their constituencies, maybe some of their donors are getting rich from fraud. But regardless, red state or blue state, we're going to go after it. We have to. This is so important. We are not going to have a generous country if Americans think that they're paying their taxes not to needy people, but to fraudsters. That's fundamentally what we're trying to fix, is rebuilding America's trust. That when you pay your taxes, when you send money to a program, it's actually going to the people it's supposed to go to. It's a fundamental principle of good governance. It shouldn't be anything Republican or Democrat. It's just good government. Yep. Go ahead.
Taylor with Spectrum, good to see you.
Good to see you.
You've emphasized a lot how you want this not to be partisan, and you're going to look at red and blue states. The president, when he posted about you becoming the fraud czar last month, he wrote, the focus will be everywhere, but primarily in those blue states where crooked Democrat politicians have had a free-for-all. I'm curious, as you guys have been trying to interact with these states, do you worry that the president's remarks like that undercut the efforts for this not to be partisan and that could lead to resistance?
No, I don't worry about that because he's talking about crooked governors. And of course, if you have a crooked governor, they're not going to work with us, and we're going to have to use other tools to ensure that they do. But I think that there are a lot of governors, Democrat and Republican, who recognize that this is a very serious problem, that we're offering resources to try to help solve that problem. And I think a lot of them recognize that, yeah, they've got maybe a few crazy people in very far left states, but most people, most Americans want to solve this problem. And I've actually been gratified by the fact that we've gotten a lot of cooperation from across the political spectrum. One other point about cooperation, we're not there yet, but one of the things we're going to do on the fraud task force is, look, we're learning. We're learning a lot about the way the government operates. I mean, Andrew I almost feel bad for him sometimes because he comes to me once a week and says, here's this bureaucratic hurdle, or here's a wall that I'm running into that I would have never known even existed until we started to take this fraud stuff very seriously. So we've learned a lot over the last 6 months. We are eventually going to realize that there are tools that we do not have, that there are things that we need to do that Congress is going to have to step in and cooperate on us. I think that's going to be a big question of bipartisanship and common sense is when we identify some tools that we need to more fully go after the fraud problem, is Congress willing to play ball, or are they going to fight us every step of the way? I hope they play ball. Partisanship is crazy in this town, but again, this is such a common sense thing that I would hope that everybody would want to protect the American taxpayers' money. Go ahead.
Jennifer Jacobs, CBS News. On Iran, can you tell us where negotiations stand? The president, before he left for Beijing, called the latest proposal unacceptable. So is the U.S. even talking to the Iranians right now, or where are things at this point?
Yeah, so look, obviously these negotiations are very sensitive. I'm not going to tell you everything because we're trying to have a productive conversation. I spent a good amount of time on the phone with both Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff this morning, a number of our friends in the Arab world this morning. Look, I think that we are making progress. The fundamental question is, do we make enough progress that we satisfy the president's red line? And the red line is very simple. He needs to feel confident that we've put a number of protections in place such that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Like, that is the question. Do we meet that threshold or not? I think that we've made a lot of progress since we left Pakistan. I thought we made some progress in Pakistan, but we've made more since then. But that is fundamentally what we're negotiating towards, is we want to be able to look the American people in the eye and say with confidence that you are not going to have to worry about this very, very dangerous regime having access to the most dangerous weapons in the world. That's the goal that we're focused on. Again, there's a lot of ways to accomplish that goal. The president has set us off on the diplomatic pathway for now, and that's what I'm focused on. Yep. We'll do a couple more here.
Thanks a lot. There was pushback from Senate Republicans yesterday in the conference meeting about the cost of the ballroom, which has ballooned to about $1 billion for the security aspect. Is there an IG, either for GSA or the Treasury, who would or should be eyeballing that project? And how do we make sure it doesn't balloon like some of these other government spending building projects?
Well, I'm sure because of the nature of the project, you're going to have inspector generals who look at this, who look at the auditing, who look at the accounting, who make sure that this is done in a good way. I will say the President of the United States is a very good builder. And the reason why this is expensive is not because of the ballroom. The reason this is expensive is because of the security precautions necessary, things that have nothing to do with the ballroom itself, but have to do with the actual security infrastructure on the White House. We saw a couple of weeks ago what can happen when you gather the President of the United States and a number of people who are in the line of succession in the same room. We almost had something very terrible happen. And thanks to the Secret Service and their incredibly quick response, we didn't have a terrible thing happen. But one of the things it's taught us is that we've got to update. And there are things, frankly, I wouldn't even talk about in a public forum. There are parts of the there are parts of our national security, and there are parts of the international sort of world that are very, very dangerous. And the president needs to be protected. The senior officials in our government need to be protected. And that's fundamentally what this is all about, is ensuring that on the White House grounds, we have what's necessary to protect the president, whether he's engaged in a state dinner, which of course is an important part of the president's functions, or whether he's engaged in the day-to-day functions of being president of the United States. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My question is, what's your message to Americans as the Iran war continues to impact the economy, especially after yesterday's inflation report?
Well, I guess my message to Americans is we know that we have a lot of work to do in order to deliver on the prosperity that the American people deserve. The president is hyper aware of this. I'm hyper aware of this. We talk about it all the time. We know that the American people inherited a very bad inflation crisis. Yes, the inflation number last month was not great, but take it back to the May of 2023 in the Biden administration, or take it back to even further. We're not seeing anything like what we saw under the Biden administration, and that's a problem in and of itself. Because what it means is that a lot of Americans saw their wages eaten away under the Biden administration. They saw the values of their paycheck eaten away during the Biden administration. And one of the things we were elected to do, of course, was to fix that problem. And I promise you the president is laser focused every day on fixing that problem. Now, what I will also say is that whether it's the working families tax cuts, putting more money in the pockets of the American people, whether it's bringing a lot of investment into the United States so that we can build the factories and the jobs of the future, the president's laser focused. This stuff does take time. In the same way that the Biden administration's inflation crisis ate away at workers' paychecks for 4 years, it's going to take us a little bit of time before we get workers in a position where we feel like we can look them in the eye and say, you are much, much better off. But that's what we're trying to do. We're going to keep on working at it. I think we've made a lot of progress. If you look at the average household wage increase since Donald Trump became president, it's gone up. But we came from a pretty deep hole. Meaning a pretty deep hole of the Biden administration. We're digging ourselves out of it. And what I want is for us to completely dig out of that hole and then to build a brighter and better and more prosperous future for the American people. That's what they elected us to do, and that's very much what we're focused on. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can we quantify the amount of fraud that's related to illegal immigrants? And what are the asks of California and these other states? What can they do to claw back some of this money that's being deferred?
You know, I don't know that you can quantify it because it's so hard to keep track of all of the criminal migrants who are taking advantage of our system. I mean, they're taken advantage by, the average criminal migrant that we have in an American prison is costing us $60,000 to $120,000 a year, depending on the location. They're collecting health care benefits. A couple of states, California and New York in particular, they actually allow illegal aliens to benefit from the American people's, health care programs, which is just a disgrace. And just a travesty. I mean, if you go into an emergency room, you should know that you're waiting in line with other American citizens, not with people who have been placed to the front of the line by a fraudulent Medicaid program in California. But that's what's happening. We know this is what's happening. And again, it's driving up costs for everybody. It's making it harder to access health care. And it's absolutely fleecing the American taxpayer. It is a lose-lose-lose proposition. I've seen efforts to try to quantify this. I think the answer is hundreds of billions of dollars a year, whether it's 300 or 6, it is a lot of money between Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, prison fees, everything that goes into the criminal migrant problem in the United States of America. It's a lot of money. And again, I talk about the American people. We're a generous country. We're a generous people. I love that about this country. But part of that generosity is that it extends to our fellow Americans. We cannot give Medicare and Medicaid benefits to everybody all over the world. It's going to bankrupt those programs. They ought to belong to Americans first. And that, to me, is the fundamental meaning of America First, is that all of us take a look at our programs, take a look at the fraud, and we say, how do we ensure that the federal government works for the American people first? That's what we're doing every single day, and we're going to keep at it. Thank you, guys.
Woo! Yo, go make me lose my cool. Up in here, up in here. Check this out, guys. Bernie Sanders fighting the oligarchy. The white man finally listened to the great white hope, President Trump. I'm so glad that we have, guys, if most of you guys are actually patriots and you are watching, man, God bless you. Thank you for being here with me. I appreciate it. You guys are fantastic. This is the kind of patriots that I want on my chat. We still got a bunch of little liberals out there that They just don't want to learn the truth, but you guys do. Why don't we listen to this little live red alert report from Fox and see what's going on here. Let's take a listen.
Senator Bernie Moreno sits on the Homeland Security Committee. He joins us now for more on the president's trip. But, Senator, before you were senator, you're dominating the car business, so that is one of your focuses. Could you explain to people at home what Chinese cars, how they're made, and why they are...
Wrong Bernie. Wrong Bernie.
Would be so detrimental if they're allowed to be sold in the American market?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the auto industry helped build the middle class in this country. And as Bill Hemmer talked about, the deindustrialization of America resulted in the growing middle class in China. So what the Chinese have decided to do is create this massive auto industrial complex, not for domestic consumption, but to be predators in the Western world. So if they came into the U.S., they would wipe out our automakers, completely devastate our steel industry, our rubber industry, our electronics industry. It's about 10% of our entire economy is the auto industry. And worse, these are roving surveillance devices.
Right.
These things can be accessed remotely. They can be manipulated from Beijing. Imagine allowing these kinds of things all over our roads.
So, Senator, how would you enforce it? You block them from coming to America, obviously, but it also goes after the Canada loophole as well, where they go to Canada and then try to drive across the border.
Yeah, our bill completely hermetically seals the United States from any Chinese automobiles. Not just the production, not just the importation, but all the way down the supply chain. I call it taking anti-cancer medication. We don't have cancer right here in America, and that's what these Chinese cars are. Hopefully our allies, Canada, Mexico, Latin America, Europe, starts to take some chemotherapy because they're getting clobbered. Germany just took out 1 million units of production because of Chinese infiltration into their market. They need to mirror what we're doing, but we're going to do it here first. We're going to make sure it never happens in America. It's finally time for Washington to be proactive and protect our industries and protect our American workers.
How do you prevent it, though? Because what's happening, they're also selling their cars in Mexico, and they're changing the license tags. They're making them have Mexican plates, and then they're driving them across the border in Texas as well as California. So how do you prevent that? How do you know that that's happening if their plates are from Mexico?
So the cars are identified by something called the vehicle identification number. Our bill prohibits the importation or driving of any Chinese vehicle on any American road. So if you went to Canada or Mexico and you try to drive into the United States after my bill passes, you would not be able to do that.
So they'll check all the VIN numbers at the border?
Absolutely. That happens now as part of the normal security process. Absolutely.
So, the Canada, we're at loggerheads now with Canada. I imagine that's going to come with the USMCA if, in fact, we're supposed to modernize it in July. But I also notice it's bipartisan. So you do have bipartisan support. But the question is, people at home saying, since when can't we compete with China? What does China do that's unfair, Senator?
Well, first of all, our companies can compete with any company on earth. Our workers can compete with any worker on earth, but we can't have our companies compete with an entire nation. These industries are massively subsidized by the government, quite frankly, on purpose. Because think about it, if you're the Chinese, if you can convince Western consumers to buy your roving surveillance device that you control, that is a great deal for them. So a car that should cost $40,000 is $20,000, not because it's just smarter made or more competitive, because it's intended to be predatory towards the Western outer world and put all these surveillance devices all over the country. Imagine Andrews Air Force Base, you work there and you're driving a Chinese vehicle and it's sending high resolution images of the entire base. It knows who's driving it, where they're going, their patterns. Imagine in an environment where we have a conflict with China, what they could do. They could blow these cars up, they could drive them off bridges.
All right, and leading this Vehicle Security Act, you have several Republicans and several Democrats. So thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Senator, for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Man, that's crazy. That is crazy. That is actually a real concern. You know, guys, I'm going to tell you, man, that's what is really crazy is the recent news that we have gotten that we actually had a Chinese spy mayor. Go ahead and tell me that's fake news. Somebody on the left tell me that is fake news. Go ahead and tell me that. Go ahead and tell me that all this fraud all this fraud that has happened in California, tell me that is bogus. Tell me that is lies from J.D. Vance, that the Democrat governors are stopping, impeding the fraud investigations. You know, I am glad that J.D. Vance is on this fraud and scam issue because they can't say no to the vice president. The Attorney General, Robert Bonta, Filipino Attorney General in California, he said that they have been investigating all these frauds for decades, and they have been successful. And yet, Nick Shirley goes out there and finds all these hospices in a motel-like setting. 100,000 plus cars that they're driving. You get a video going through a window where there's nothing inside. An empty apartment. And Gavin Newsom made him out to look like a criminal. Not only that, but the wife of the Attorney General, who has been hiding things that Gavin Newsom has been making and doing, actually, the wife comes in and starts the Stop the Nick Act bill. And every Democrat is playing dumb, like they don't know who Nick Shirley is. How is it that these Democrats can put in a bill to stop investigating fraud on illegal immigrants, specifically the undocumented? It is unbelievable how low the Democrats have fallen. And all they can do is blame us. They hate us for loving America. They hate us for appreciating our brother Israel. God bless Israel. All the power and all the glory to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And we worship you and we praise you and we thank you for your love and your mercy and your abundant prosperity upon our nation, regardless of the opposition. I made a short yesterday from my last live. God bless Israel. Listen, not all the Jews love Israel. Let's be honest. I'll give you the equivalent of Hitler on the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer. It's a damn shame, ain't it? But just like Israel has traitors like Chuck Schumer on their side, so do we here in the United States of America. Like Hammerman, an angry black man who still blames the white man for all the slavery that happened in this country. While he also ignores that the white man was enslaved by Africans, black Africans. The white man has fought to end slavery, and yet his African people are still enslaving people. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful that we can speak the truth, that we have a freedom of speech in our country? Yeah, see, Hammer, that's why your opinion doesn't matter. I just wanted to point that out. Now, I'm going to give you guys, even though you don't deserve it, I'm going to give you some CNN critical. We'll see what they have. We'll see what they have. Yes, I support Netanyahu, but I got my reasons for it, and you would be wrong. Now, you're a nobody to me, so that I can give you actual answers of why I support him. But yes, I do. Now, for all my patriots and all of you who actually follow me here, I want to share something with you guys. Since you have been with me on my lives when I have gone into my nature bird photographing. Let me find the clip. Check this out, guys. Just a few minutes. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and lose some of these guys, but that's okay. I want to show you guys something. This is a nest from eagles, from the Friends of BigBearValley.org. Now, this is today before sunrise. All right, you guys ready? Here we go. Beautiful. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break from politics, unwind for a little bit. Look at that beautiful eagle right there. Beautiful. Beautiful bald eagle. Just a few minutes, guys. Be patient. Just a few minutes. Take a break from all the madness and craziness that we have to live with and just enjoy nature for a little bit. Let me get you to a spot right here when the chicks are awake. This was live this morning. You can go to it. There's still a live feed. African first. Get out of here, bruh. Americans first, period. And the reason why we take care of Israel is because they have been fighting a lot for us in the Middle East. Despite what you libtards think. Family gamers, don't even, bro. You are an anti-American. Don't even try to come in here and start talking shit. Have a good day, bro. This is not live from last year. There's your timestamp. Bye, Kroger. You're an asshole anyway. You don't even know what Africa is. There's your timestamp. Always sharing misinformation, these dumbasses. But you know what? I am just gonna block them. I mean, technically, we have CNN is coming up, and they're gonna trash President Trump. So stay tuned for that. But I'm gonna enjoy a few minutes of this nature right here, of this beautiful eagle and their nest. they're just majestical creatures, and it's not just it's not just eagles. It's just a lot of animals and in general, that I feel that are just amazing. And listen, and it's one of the things that that I feel is that everybody should have a hobby. Everybody should have some sort of something, cooking, hiking, anything that will bring you down. Get away from politics, get away, make a break. You have to force yourself to take a break from hating and fighting. I can't believe that the people on the left, they're seeing something so calm and natural and just beautiful, and they can't stop fighting or hating. I can totally go from 100 miles an hour to 0 in a half a second. It's just a great way to live. Now, I hope that you guys had your break, because we're going to listen to CNN destroy President Trump. Here we go. Let's do it. It says Trump downplays Americans' financial pain. Ouch. Here we go. Buckle up, Dorothy, because you're not in Kansas anymore. Let's see what they say. I have to go put my soundproof blanket over there so you guys don't hear babies crying.
The president was asked a lot of questions about Iran today as he was leaving the White House, because it's looming over this whole trip to Beijing. I mean, he's obviously talking about Jimmy Lai there and also comparing him to James Comey. But Harry, I want you to listen to what the president said today when he was asked about Iran.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. Every American understands, and they just had a poll, like 85%, which is surprising. It's only that they understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
I mean, the Democratic ad makers.
You stole the words right out of my mouth.
Cutting it as we speak.
Oh, my goodness gracious. The American people are hearing what he's saying about the cost of living and their finances, and they think it's one of the dopiest things they have ever heard come out of Donald Trump's mouth is what.
The difference is that we hear things different. What President Trump says is that we know that it has to happen this way. We know. That's what he's saying. He's not saying, oh, prices are down and cheap. That's not what he said. He said, we know. The American people know that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So we know that prices are going to go up. That's what he's saying. It's funny how people hear things differently. Faith Walker, welcome to the chat.
He said today, and it comes at a point in which his net approval rating on the economy, according to our new CNN poll, is 40 points underwater, the lowest it has ever been. Remember, in term one, the economy was his best issue. He was in positive territory at plus 10 points at this point. He is off in a direction that the American people want nothing to do with, and when they hear what he has to say, like he said today, they go, what the heck is going on in Washington, D.C.?
So what he said about the polls on Iran not having a nuclear weapon, I mean, I think most people would agree with that, but the term is the cost here in terms of this war. I mean, is that accurate?
Yeah, here's the situation. Of course, the American people do not believe that Iran should have a nuclear weapon. But, you talk about the issues that are the tops for the American folks. The Iran war does not rank anywhere near that. And when it comes to their cost of living, in terms of the negative impact that they feel that the Iran war has had on their cost of living, well, they see it every day at the gas pump, right? There is a reason why Donald Trump's net approval rating on gas prices is something like, I think it was like negative 58 points or something like that in our poll. I mean, this is just political nightmare fuel for Republicans, especially when Trump is making statements like he did today.
Sure, Michael. if you're the White House comms director or a Republican, political fundraiser, and the president says, I don't think about Americans' financial situation, what goes through your mind?
I mean, the message is you always think about the American people and their financial situation, number one. Number two, if you're in the White House, you're putting pressure on the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader in the Senate to try to figure out, can Congress pass some type of legislation to provide some temporary financial reprieve to the American people who may make $100,000 and less in income and joint household incomes? That would be one immediate remedy. The president is headed over to China right now. My secondary priority would be, can you get the Chinese to put pressure on the Iranians to open up the Strait of Hormuz? About 14% of all oil purchased out of Iran goes to China. That's billions and billions of dollars that I'm almost certain the Iranian regime would like to have in their coffers. And so there's some levers here that the president can turn on that I think in the next 3 to 6 months could potentially benefit Republicans. But you got to start now before voting starts. And I don't see any indicators that suggest to me that the party as a whole or the White House, unfortunately, is looking at it through that lens.
I don't expect the leader of the free world to be thinking about this level of stuff when he is in the middle of a war. I think the problem is the messaging back home has raised a lot of questions for people. I want to play for you Kevin Hassett. He's been kind of the main messenger here, National Economic Council Director. He told Fox Business this on Tuesday about people's worries about the economy.
First of all, this is a temporary energy shock, and that's very clearly in the data. I think that the White House's position is this is very close to an end, and when that happens, there's going to be a gusher of oil and a reduction in prices. If you look at capital spending in March, the orders were up 3.3%, not at an annual rate. It's one of the biggest months we've ever seen.
It's like everything is good when you hear him talk. And then when we ask just people on the street, they don't say everything's good.
You know, the good way to explain it, and I was having this conversation. We were just talking about the Kevin Hart roast randomly, right?
Yes.
So I hear some comedians say, you know what's interesting? We're all out of work. Like in terms of people who are in LA. That's just an LA thought process.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I'm looking around and you talk to your friends. A lot of my friends are just out of work.
Right.
While on paper it might look good, but I think most Americans feel this in a real way. Like, okay, where's the affordability? What can I do? I might be making more money, but I feel like I'm more in debt.
Yeah. The wages are not keeping. We just want to show the math is not mathing. The economist's way of saying that is the annual inflation number in April was 3.8%. We talk about this a lot on the show, just this idea of like, we remember when we had to defend Bidenomics, and then everyone said it was a vibe session. What's different here is that the public can pinpoint the exact day decisions were made, policy decisions by Trump, that affect how they live now. So what is the kind of defense?
Wait a minute. So I'm going to tell you something. Listen. I love Trump. You guys heard me earlier today, what I said about him. Big, huge miscalculation from President Trump when it came to these fighting jets in Pakistan. But I want you to understand something, okay? Two things can be true at once. So yes, prices have gone up. Some had to do with tariffs. Yes. Some of it has to do with Iran. Yes. But also the date when President Trump made these decisions, so did the new taxes and regulations happen. For example, here in Washington State, we have about $1.47 a gallon. A gallon of gas, $1.47. A gallon of gas. If we remove that, our gas right now will be around $4. It's still high, but it wouldn't be as bad as it is right now. You got to point out the facts. So yes, it seems like all these problems, this pricing went up when Trump made these decisions, but it is also true that the new taxes were kicking in on this 2026. I know because I've been following this shit in my state, so I know what I'm talking about. So unless you actually do your research and are informed with everything, because people come in here and say, oh, you never talk about the gas, but shut the hell up. I always talk about the gas prices. I have broken down the gas prices from federal taxes, local taxes, state taxes, regulation fees, taxes for the collected for the climate fight and this and that. It is ridiculous. So don't blame Trump when the idiots, who we are here in Washington State at least, we vote for these taxes to go through. It is in the Washington State Constitution that we get to vote for these things. So don't blame somebody else for your own decisions. I want to point that out. Every single leftist person, every single Democrat that hates President Trump has come on here and has been telling us that prices didn't go down when President Trump came into office. But we know they did. We follow the graphics. We follow all the graphics and the data they say we'll have to follow. And we know what has happened. So you gotta don't be a TDS guy. Try to be honest with the information that you're putting out there. Now, I will say this. I know I am asking too much of the far leftist people to do because they're not going to do it. We see how they react when they're out there protesting, right? Practicing their freedom of speech and freedom of expression. We know how they act when we use our freedom of speech and expression and we hold signs to counter-protest them. They're violent. They're abusive. They are irrational. They are without order. They're godless. They're lawless. They're hateful. And they just don't respect our rights, but demand that we respect their rights. So don't get it twisted, homie. We pay attention to what's going on. And you should too. Don't be a libtard. Don't be a libtard. Don't be what they tell you to be. You be different than everybody else. You got to stop hating on President Trump. Otherwise, you will never be free.
Of this by Republicans as they head into midterm.
Well, I think Republicans accept that. Even Kevin Hassett basically said as much, right? This is an inflationary pop that's caused by what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the
How
Iranians...
long is a pop?
Well, look, it's been 1 month. This is based on the April numbers,
Yeah.
right? Probably will happen a second month. We should probably expect that. But going forward...
But like September, October,
I think for
November?
political purpose, we should hope it's happening in September, October. Those numbers are going down. But look,
Let me follow up, then you can answer at the end of this. Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio asked about this on Tuesday.
The gas price situation is tough, but I don't think that's going to be resolved in the next few weeks. I think this trip to China is going to be instrumental in getting the Chinese to weigh in. If that happens, gas prices will crash just like they did on the way up. They'll come on the way down. So I think by, we'll call it Labor Day, it's all in the rearview mirror.
Is that the message?
I think that's the likely outcome. I mean, we saw prices drop significantly in Brent and WTI after some progress was made a few weeks back. I think that's the likely outcome when there's a positive announcement. But let's be clear about what Iran's doing. They don't have much leverage. They don't have military leverage. They're not getting the support that they think from their allies, right? So they are trying to work the American press into pressuring Trump through this economic issue. That's why the president's, essentially going on camera saying it's not what we're talking about. It's not what we're worried about. We're worried about the strategic threat of nuclear weapons. That's a pushback on what Iran's trying to do.
Look, there's a different conversation on K Street than it is on Main Street and my street. On K Street, Trump and his officials are intellectually being dishonest about what the reality everyday Americans are feeling. The reality is this war of choice and this economy of choice is sponsored and brought to you by Donald Trump and their neighborhood Republican Party. No one asked for this war, and as a
So nothing to do with the Iranian regime saying death to America. Nothing at all. Forget about it. Nothing to see. Everything is just Trump. Trump has made this. Trump. I want to hear. I really want to hear from these people just one day. Man, the Iranian regime just killed 45,000 Iranians for protesting. Just one day. Just one day. I want to hear him saying the truth as it is. Just one time. I want to, come on. You can do it.
Direct result of this war, we're now feeling the pain at the pump, but also in the everyday lives of Americans. When you think about healthcare, when you think about utility prices, when you think about gas, groceries, goods, and they mean that the majority party have done absolutely nothing to lower costs for the American people.
Now, I want to add, again, two things can be true at once. So gas prices is up, food prices are up. Now tell me, this is a temporary thing that has been added to our economy today. But who is doing the permanent changes? Can somebody tell me on the chat who has been putting in the permanent changes in our economy? I want to see if any of the people on the far left have any type of honesty or any sort of brains or common sense, and tell me the truth on the chat just one time. Okay, Chaz is a retard. Okay. Yeah. Short term. Yeah. So my secret has no idea what the hell I'm talking about. The Trump administration, they say. See, they don't have one bone of honesty. Not one bone. No. Listen to the question. Who has put a permanent burden on the economy? But I don't know. Did I ask the wrong question? Who has put a permanent burden on the economy? I'm not blaming Biden. I am not blaming Biden at all. Is this the wrong chat? I don't know. Is the mic on? Robert knows. The states, absolutely. Nah, not the Ukraine war. Nope. Not just the Democrats, but in specific, yes, the governors and the mayors. All of the Congress Democrats and rhinos who keep voting for this climate BS. There's nothing we can do about it. We don't make any significant change by investing all these hundreds of billions of dollars. It just throws me away that a lot of people say Trump. No, it's not Trump. What we have with the Trump administration is our temporary issues. Not once have these people on the left come into my channel and say, hey, dang, President Trump just lowered some drug prices. Not one. Hey, President Trump's healthcare bill was voted away by the Democrats and the rhinos. No, they say, what has Trump? Trump hasn't even brought a health care plan. Yeah, he did. They stroke it down. I want some honesty from you people. I want some honesty. Comrade, with that name, bro, you're a freaking communist. You don't have no say in here. Yeah, most states tax their gasoline rather frugally, so that's just not true. Okay, listen. I want President Trump, I want the federal government to stop taxing us while this is happening. I want the local governor to stop taxing us while this is happening in Iran. See, a good governor would put a stop to that. A good governor will say, hey, you know what? The president is doing the best that he can. I am going to do whatever I can to help. And that's not happening. So as the socialist Democrats continue to raise the pricing on food and gas and doing business and throwing away all the corporations by this BS of tax the rich, they blame Trump. It's so easy. Tell me, how many taxes do you think we lost with 160,000 employments here in Washington State? How many taxes do you think that we have lost with minus 160 employees? That's a lot of money. I'm going to tell you right now, it's a lot of money. So for once in your life, be honest with yourself. $26 trillion Democrats have nothing to account for. Nobody knows what happened to $26 trillion. At least you know with Trump, we got our military taken care of. We have our security. We have the Golden Dome is being worked on. We have all of these things today. Our military is our military is stronger today because of Trump. At least we know where the money's going. At least we know that he's making deals to bring that money back in. But what are Democrats doing to help Republicans? Give me something. I want to be on your side. I want you to teach me, enlighten me. Give me something that Democrats are doing to help our economy. Please explain to me. Give me something. Anything, for Pete's sakes. Give me a potato chip. Later, Magic. Who's leaving? I don't know who's leaving. Somebody leaving. You're buying. I'm a veteran who will vote blue. No, because you're a traitor. You're a piece of shit veteran. You don't count for anything. You just betray your whole country by supporting communists. What a bunch of garbage. Come on, give me one thing. One thing that Democrats are doing for us. Just one thing. Here, come on. Speco, I'll tell you what. Here is a phone number that you can call. So go ahead. You want to engage. Number one, you're a sorry ass of an excuse of a human being. But let's go ahead. I'll let you give me a call. Go ahead. Let's engage. But I'm going to tell you something. The reason why you guys get insults from me is because it pisses me off that you don't care about the United States of America. Call me, you cowards, and tell me, what have Democrats done to help the American people? Go on and call. I'll wait. Yeah, this people are freaking traitors. Just because you're a vet, it doesn't make you a patriot. That's true. You're an insult to those veterans who actually died for this country, who sacrificed for this country. Go ahead, Sandwich Man. Give me a call. Go ahead, Spec. Here's a phone number right there. Call it. Go ahead. Tell me. Sandwichman, I thought you're on their side. Give me a call and tell me what have Democrats done for the economy of our states. Go on. I am sure that you were so delighted to insult me when I'm giving you facts. Well, come on. Let's go. Let's go. I want to hear some facts. Give me some facts. Don't be shy now. Jose, go ahead. Call in. Give me your wisdom. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and give thanks to my members. I appreciate you. Raising taxes is nothing good for the freaking people. Don't be a dumbass. That's not raising money. That's stealing from the working people. Get to it. I'm still waiting, guys. I'm still waiting. All right. You're all witness. None of them called. All right. I have to prove my point. No need to call anymore. You guys have proven to me that you are actually libtards. Here we go.
Underscore what you're saying here. When CNN did its polling, we asked the question, has the war with Iran affected your financial situation? 75% said negatively. So I think they're making it hard to change people's feelings about the economy.
And I call
let him answer this.
Yeah. Look, the math is the math, right? When the cost of diesel goes up, the cost of groceries and service delivery, all that goes up. That's why the Republicans have been essentially, very solid on this message and consistent on this message, where they're saying this is a temporary pop. This is something that's going to happen.
But Joe,
it's getting that, it's landing that plane, I think, before, as Senator Moreno said, by Labor Day, by September, by October. You need to do that.
The reality is, no, you can tell people anything you want to tell people, but they remember how you make them feel. And right now, Americans don't feel good at all.
They shouldn't. They lost 10% of their purchasing power in a year under Joe Biden. That has still not played out.
Okay, let me follow up on this in a little bit.
Can I make one quick point?
Go ahead.
With all due respect, it's not just gas.
Yeah.
And it's not just the opportunities that Republicans have had since they've had this majority in the presidency.
No, Offset, this is my channel. My channel. You understand? That's how that works. That's my channel. You don't tell me what to do on my channel. That's just not how it works. Brian, really, you're the man. No, you are the man. Yeah, I gave these guys 12% raise in power costs. Guess what? Guess how prices rise on energy in your city and in your state. Guess what happens every year that makes the cost of your energy rise up? And this has been happening even before this war, even before the attacks on Iran, even before the tariffs. Tell me, what has raised the pricing on your electricity bill? It's not Trump.
Things have gone up since MAGAnomics has become a failure, since Donald Trump has taken over this economy. And you mentioned, what Americans are feeling. I call that feelonomics. That's economics you can feel. And you all have failed on the economic front when it comes to my personal
We're going to talk more.
economy.
We're going to have a lawmaker here. We're going to talk about redistricting. All this matters ahead, to your point.
The only way, listen to this, the only way that you can have your way is you put a super chat, and then you can ask me that question. If you're over here insulting me and going against me, shut the hell up with your cheap ass. That is the one thing you don't understand. You want freebies, You don't want to pay the piper. This is what I do for a living. This is what I do to entertain and to give my opinions and to criticize reporting. Besides loving my President Trump and everything that he does, this is what I do. So you don't seem to get the point. You're too entitled, and you think that only you can go ahead and have your way. Well, that's not how it works. Marcos, you are just as brown as the shit that Robert took earlier. If you don't believe that the USA is not for brown people, get your ass back to Mexico. Everybody else is equal according to our Constitution.
About how people feel and how long that lasts.
CNN's Matt Egan is with us now. Matt, when we're talking about the war in Iran, what kind of an impact does it have on Americans' financial situations?
Yeah, John, there's been a major impact just since the war started, right? We've got inflation at 3-year highs, real wages falling, and prices are rising rapidly on groceries, on airfare, and of course on gasoline. Now, the energy spike, that's really ground zero for the hit to consumers. The estimates from Brown University are that the impact from higher gas and diesel, that's cost.
Mandy says, thank you for the chat. America, you do understand that you pay per gallon. That's it should be 4 liters for $5. You're last on the world most expensive fuel prices list out 193 countries. Australia is number 1 on that list, and they pay by liter. Wait, are you saying they pay $3 a liter in Australia? Holy shit. Let me see. As of May 11th, price average around $1.84 per liter. Okay, so it's about right. Now I think I heard that domestic wholesale gas prices have dropped to around $10.40 per gigajoule. No, that's not what I want. $1.84 with significant fluctuations between cities and rural, blah, blah, blah. 230 cents per liter of diesel in areas. Man, this measurements, it sucks for me. Let me just say how gas prices, how much is gas? Let me do per gallon and see what it says, because that's easier for me to read, hopefully. $1.95. Holy shit, $1.95 excise tax. Let me see. I'm reading something here on Reddit. I don't know if that's going to be accurate, though. It says Australians are paying around $9 per gallon for petrol, and U.S. paying around $3.50. Well, this was 2 months ago, but damn, that is crazy. Well, and you know what? It's in Honduras. They also pay per liter, but the price comes out to be around the same in dollar value. So if we're paying $5 here, $6 here, most likely they're paying $5 to $6 down there as well in a third world country, and they do have the same metric system. Trust me, I used to speak your metric system language when I first came to this country, but I have been used to the American metrics. What is the damn difference, anyways? I forget. No, it's not a metric system. Is it a metric system? Let me see. What the hell am I talking about here? Metric system. Okay, yeah, metric system. Yeah, okay, yeah, it is because it's a measuring system, right? So the metric system I got used to just gallons, miles, feet. In Honduras is centimeters, yards, and kilometers, and liters for liquid. That's crazy. Hamburger life in Iran. All right, let's go ahead and continue reading the news because, listen, regardless of if they don't tell all the facts are that gas prices are up there. They are high.
Costing Americans $38 billion since the war started. They're comparing current prices with a no-war counterfactual. And this really adds up. $38 billion, that translates to almost $300 per household. And one of the big factors here is the fact that diesel, which is just a crucial fuel for farmers, for truckers, and all of us consumers, diesel is going to all-time highs in a number of states just today. According to AAA, we have new all-time highs for diesel in Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, and...
I will point out, this is what happens when you depend on a global commodity. If we were dependent on local supplies, we wouldn't have to worry about this. This is why England is trying to drill again. This is why Australia is actually drilling again. And they have made their sweet oil refineries so that they can make their own petrol. I believe that's what they were running on a campaign that I may have come across from one of the people running in Australia. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you're from Australia, you know what I'm talking about.
And Indiana, all three of those at the bottom, well above $6 a gallon for the first time ever. Now, gasoline prices, they're no longer going straight up, thankfully, right? They actually fell 5 days in a row. But as you can see on the right side of this screen, of this chart, that decline, it's been pretty minor. You almost need a magnifying glass to see it. Gas prices did tick higher today to $4.51 a gallon. That's up from below $3 a gallon before the war started. And even the Energy Department is warning of more trouble ahead. The Energy Department's forecasting arm just yesterday increased its outlook, its projection for gas prices in both this year and next year. They are not projecting a speedy return to those pre-war prices that the president has talked about. They also see Brent crude staying near $106 a barrel this month and next. And while the president sometimes says that the Strait of Hormuz either is open or that the reopening is imminent, the Energy Department's, their forecasters, they're not seeing that at all. They think that the Strait will stay effectively closed through late May. They see traffic returning in June, but only gradually and not going back to normal until the end of the year. And so, look, this is a race against time to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened.
I will say this. I thought that this was going to take like 6 to 8 weeks. That's what I thought. Now, the problem that I always see is this. If we do it our way, that would be a 100% factual statement. But because we had to fight with the Democrats to get things done, and none of the blue states who actually have the best, one of the best economies to be able to help us by cutting the taxes, lowering prices and regulations. If they deregulate and cut taxes, they will help us greatly to achieve our goal. But it seems like every day we have to fight. And sometimes we got to go behind their back to be able to do something to protect and fight for this country. Why is it so difficult? Why is it so difficult that Democrats just can't help us? Why is it? And I'm just going to say this. If you say, well, it's because we don't care about you. Okay, if you don't want to help us, at least shut the hell up and get out the way so that we can actually get to work. Listen, Democrats are fighting to protect our enemies. How is that not treason? Democrats are fighting to blame President Trump for high prices when Democrats are the ones raising all these permanent taxes and regulations. Why are they blaming Trump when they are the ones who have blown up their budget. They're overspending. They're wasting a lot of our dollars. They're protecting scammers. They're protecting fraudsters. How does that help us? How does that help us? Some regulations, I get it, but not all the regulations for climate bullcrap. There's nothing that it does for the climate. Nothing. That's the point that people don't get on the left. Nothing does it. If we say, listen, if our enemies heard the Democrats or Congress say, listen, if President Trump wants to go to war, we support him 100%. I can guarantee you that China, even China, wouldn't be saying shit. Because let's be honest, as crazy as President Xi might be, as crazy as Putin might be, as crazy as the moron, well, he's actually not a moron, he's very smart, but he's not wise, Kim Jong-un from North Korea. I think that's his name, something like that. As crazy as they are, they will not want us to send them a couple of nuclear bombs their way. I can tell you that right now. You are tired of war. Why? Because you're fighting the war right now? Okay. Sure. Listen, why do you think that I am so proud and that I honor our military? Because they are doing the things that we cannot do ourselves. Hey, Carlos. That's why we honor them. We don't fight against them. We believe that they will do what they need to do to protect us. And I wish that Democrats will feel the same way. I wish all Democrats would have stood up when they heard President Trump say that your number one priority is to protect the American citizens. They didn't. They all sat down in silence and protested that they support illegal immigrants over American citizens. Our soldiers will go where the commander-in-chief says to go. It's not my truth. It's the truth. You have your rights to your opinions. I have my rights to my opinions, but you don't have rights to your facts. The facts are the facts, and the truth is the truth.
Opened Gas Buddies Patrick DeHaan just last night. He said that if there is no reopening soon, he thinks gas will go to $5 a gallon nationally very soon, possibly as soon as next month. And that would just intensify inflation and just put further pressure on.
And I will just say this, and say finish this. I will just say this. If prices, listen to this, if prices go to $5 a gallon, right now, what is the price? Think about this. Prices here in Washington State are about $5.50 to $6 a gallon. If the price nationwide is $3.57, why are we paying $6 when the taxes and regulations is supposed to be $1.47? Price gouging, my friends, is also a problem. Your great leader, Kamala Harris, actually spoke about it. So the fact is that whether we agree on anything really is irrelevant. We all feel the pressure of high prices. Those on welfare, you don't feel shit, so shut the hell up. But the working Americans, they're the only ones that feel the pressure. Rich people? Nope. Welfare people? Nope. just those like us who are hustling for the money, working and using our skills as best as we can. We feel the pressure. I feel the high prices. I don't like it. But no pain, no gain, they say. Listen, you gotta love this country. You gotta be willing to make sacrifices. I can't believe when I hear veterans bitch and complain. Aaron, you haven't fact checked shit. I allow you to call me, you old coward. I don't want to hear it. But I will say this to close. Maybe another time I'll continue this. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. Let's go, President Trump. Keep rocking the house. You are all the lip tarts. You are all weak sauce. On Candy, I see you, baby. Tomorrow, I need to get some more coffee. I don't know if I can last for another week, guys. Love you all, man. Take it easy.